The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Divided, there's nothing left to subtract. Some words once spoken, they can't be taken back. Walks on his own with thoughts he can't help thinking. Futures apart, but in the past he's slow and sinking. Got a bolt of lightning, curse the day, let it go. Nothing matters. It's something, nothing. She was believed in every story he had to tell. One day she stiffened, so the other side. Empty space for each corner of a shared prison cell. One just escaped, one's left inside the well. And he who forgets will be destined to remember.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
1, 2, 3 different stories at different points I was going to lead with today, but we're going to start with the big news in the college football world, and it's only the media rights deal for the Big Ten, but Brown will tell you and LT will tell you this will have far-reaching impact into the sport we love so much. Welcome into the next round. Live show now on a Thursday at 9 a.m. Central as we get going. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor Korn handling our social media today. $1 billion a year, $1 billion deal for the Big Ten with Fox, which we knew, with NBC, and with CBS. Several things about this off the front that we just throw out there. One, they'll be rotating who gets the championship game, not just Fox. They'll rotate that around.
Heavy Fox early, but then it goes every third year.
Yeah, sort of like the NFL model is on Super Bowls. But Ralph Russo of the AP making a big note. I thought Fox would control this thing and have the number one pick every week. Ralph Russo of the AP says one network will not control first pick of games every week as CBS did with the SEC. There will be a draft that allows opportunities for each network to have the top game at various times throughout the year.
Yeah, you know, with Fox also having some other conferences, assuming they keep those, I guess that makes sense for Fox. I mean, if you're CBS and NBC, NBC's going to have Notre Dame and a Big Ten game. This is it for CBS. So I don't think CBS would have jumped in if they weren't going to get the number one pick at some point, because they couldn't just jump in this thing for scraps after Fox got their pick. So I guess it makes sense when you think about it from those terms, right?
Yeah, but if you think ABC, ESPN, with all their money, is only going to have the SEC and the ACC, if there's what's left of the Big 12 and the Pac-12, they will go and spend what money they have not buying into the Big Ten. They'll go spend it on anything else they want to spend it on in college football, I think.
You know, the thing that jumps out to me is, 2 years ago, like right now, Kevin Warren, the Big Ten, Kevin Warren seemed lost.
Yep.
And now Kevin Warren is signing a $7 billion deal. Mm-hmm. And what this potentially does for NIL and being able to steer guys maybe to the Big Ten as opposed to the SEC.
Yeah. I don't know if Kevin Warren and the Big Ten really just hate the Pac-12. I mean, they've already stolen, you could argue. I don't know that it's even that tough an argument to make. They're two most prominent teams.
Well, USC and UCLA.
Yeah,
they are the Pac.
Well, you guys might have read this. USC is worth 30% of their media deals.
Yeah.
And UCLA is only 10%, but you're talking about 40% from two of the schools right there.
So you've already done that to George Klavikov. You've already done that to him. Now today you drop news that you have signed the biggest media deal in college sports history. Who is Kevin Warren hanging out with today?
Who?
George Klavikov.
Oh, wow.
The Pac-12 commissioner. They're at the Rose Bowl meetings where the two of them are together. I mean, he just likes to rub it in this dude's face, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Another thing that I love about this deal, again, it's $1 billion a year, is it only goes through 2030.
Yeah, so this thing gets renegotiated quick.
Yeah. And which only, until the bubble pops, as quick as you can get in and out of a deal, that's when you make your money. I don't know how far the SEC deal goes with ESPN and ABC. It seems to me it goes further than that.
I thought it was a 15-year deal.
Yeah.
I'll double check.
I'll tell you this.
It does seem, the ACC bad deal they're in, I think, runs through 2036.
Yeah, that's a crap deal, though.
Yeah.
When you see how many games are going to be carried on each network per year, need more TVs.
Yeah. I know. No, you're right. I mean,
I didn't think we could get more accessibility to games.
The viewer wins here.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to cut the cord, there's probably enough football on over-the-air television for you now to cut the cord.
You're probably right, because I've always got, a laptop sitting out to run some ESPN Plus, one of those random games.
Yeah.
Don't know if you need that anymore.
10 years, so 2034. This starts in 2024 with SEC and ESPN, and it goes through 2034.
So it's a 10-year deal for the SEC.
10-year deal. So the Big Ten has one-upped the SEC in their TV deal and will renegotiate, presumably, before the SEC ever gets back to the table with ESPN.
But this goes into effect next year for the Big Ten, which means CBS is in the Big Ten game starting next year, right? Or does that they have to wait until this SEC deal's over with?
You know, I don't know.
I think they're running both.
Yeah.
According to this, I will tell you right now, it looks like
All developing this morning, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all new.
CBS has the deal that will expire with the SEC after the 2023. In 2024, it will begin airing Big Ten games.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one more year of the CBS and SEC.
I wish what this would do is just accelerate both these deals. Now, I'm guessing CBS, now that they've done this with the Big Ten, there's no going back. But I really wish this Big Ten deal had just accelerated this. This was the end of the CBS deal, and we could get on with the ESPN
and go
project.
ahead and be off. And maybe it does. And do we bring in? Do we go ahead and with all this moving, can we bring in Oklahoma and Texas for 2023? Maybe this does all of that.
It
Well, I would
possibly
hope,
could. And let me recant that statement a little bit. It says CBS payout in year one of the agreement is lower since it still will be carrying SEC games during 2023 season and will only carry 7 Big Ten contests that fall. So it does have a little Big Ten.
Yeah, a little Big Ten there. Little Big Ten.
This is very confusing and still a lot of moving
It
parts.
is, but
Over on Twitch, R. Stu says, so the SEC is primarily going to be on ABC and ESPN. Yes, once the CBS deal is completed next year, only on ABC and ESPN.
primarily, I mean, now it's SEC Network, which is also an ESPN product.
Right.
But yes, not even primarily. ESPN, Disney, ABC, SEC Network owns it all.
Yeah.
Every bit of it.
ESPN Plus, all the streaming rights, they've got it all.
Everything.
Yeah.
No, this is a win for the Big Ten. You guys know on this show we love us some SEC. We'll beat that SEC drum, but there is no doubt this is a massive win for the Big Ten today. They are maybe not on the field, obviously not in lifting championship trophies. The SEC still holds that, but in the media rights world, they are the undisputed champ right now. I mean, this is an incredible deal. $1 billion a year. Are you kidding me?
Goose says, got to think that Greg Sankey has an ace up his sleeve somewhere here. No way Warren is 2 steps ahead of him as far as media deals are concerned.
And you know we also love Greg Sankey on this show, and he's the best at what he does. Guys, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah,
I mean,
only so many networks.
Yeah, only so many networks you can negotiate with, and only so many massive media markets. And that's the thing about the SEC. In our footprint, we don't bring the massive media markets that the Big Ten does. They now have New York, for what it's worth. Rutgers doesn't move the needle in New York. L.A., I mean, USC and UCLA move the needle in L.A. Chicago.
Notre Dame moves Chicago.
Notre Dame moves Chicago, but Northwestern is there, and
Michigan and Ohio State.
Michigan,
Chicago
Ohio
is
State.
a Big Ten market.
Detroit is a very large market. I mean,
Not as large as it used to be.
No.
I think Atlanta's ahead of
Indianapolis.
Detroit now.
huh?
Indianapolis.
Washington D.C. with
Columbus
Maryland.
is big. Cincinnati and
I mean,
Cleveland.
they've got major media markets. You can't compete with that when you look at the SEC and your media markets are Nashville, which is a top 40 market. Atlanta's a top 10. And you've added
Dallas, top 10.
Dallas and Austin and all that. That's good.
Tampa,
Oklahoma City.
Jacksonville, Orlando.
But those don't compete. Those don't compete with LA and New York and Chicago.
But you're
can't.
the TV ratings guy, and maybe you can find this at some point throughout the show during one of the timeouts. The top rated game in college football in a given week doesn't, just because it's Chicago and Los Angeles and New York, doesn't necessarily mean it's a Big Ten game that's number one right there. In Chicago, the top most watched college football game of the weekend sometimes is an Alabama game.
Well, let me tell you what will still be the case is once the ratings come out, once all this settles out in a few years, your top 10 is still going to be made up probably of 8 Big Ten games, or 4 Big Ten games, 4 SEC games, and a random Clemson Notre Dame, or somebody like that.
Right.
Or a random Oregon opening the season against Georgia, or Alabama opening the season against Michigan, or something like that. Once we
You're
get
talking about top 10 for an entire
I'm talking
season.
about top
you
10
look
for
back.
the whole season. When you look back at the highest rated games, you'll see a lot of big noon kickoff with the Big Ten, and now CBS and ABC Big Ten games, and a lot of ABC, ESPN, SEC games. That's what probably 8 of your top 10 is going to be. That won't change any of that. What changes is how much each Big Ten school is going to get from this TV deal now, and It's more than the SEC will get.
You know, one thing that is neat about this, if you're the Big Ten and very smart on them, is giving Fox and NBC and CBS the rotating of the Big Ten championship game. That's pretty cool to sort of, make all three of those networks buy in. It's being called a very NFL television deal. I mean, NFL's the model in our country, and that's what they do with the Super Bowl and things like that. And it is a precursor, right, guys, to what the college football playoff national championship game will eventually be, right?
Well, yeah, and I didn't realize Kevin Warren had spent so much time as an NFL executive. He worked with my Rams, Rockies, Lions, the Vikings for a total of 21 years, and he said this is what shaped his vision for this deal.
Yep. So it's a landmark watershed moment in college athletics, $1 billion television deal for the Big Ten, and something we'll continue to break down throughout the show.
Yeah, real quick, 7. In the final year of the SEC, it will be 7 games that the Big Ten will have, the CBS will have with the Big Ten, and then they go to a 15-game regular season the year after they lose the SEC. So there'll be a year where, to your point, on CBS, you'll get an SEC Big Ten doubleheader for 7 weekends.
Yeah, next year, in fact. So, and then a couple of weekends where, I don't know, they maybe even sneak in a triple header, Big Ten and the 2 SEC games.
Yeah. Maybe a Mountain West game thrown in. Occasionally you'll get a random Mountain West game.
I forgot that random service. I used to have to get to watch USC games like 3 or 4 a year.
Prime Network?
No, I thought it was like FUBU or something.
Yeah, right.
Don't have to worry about that anymore.
Not anymore.
We'll update you on what we know from Alabama camp and a potential injury. And a lot more going on in college football after we tell you about our friends at the Pants Store getting ready for game day. 5 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. If you're new to the show, you say Dunaway Pants Store getting ready for game day. What do you mean? I'm talking about the best game day gear you can get. You get it at the Pants Store, not just for you guys. I mean, they have great polos and T-shirts and game day wear, game day hats, all the accessories like the Great Yeti cups and a lot more right there at the Pants Store. But for the female fan, your daughter, your wife, your sister, your girlfriend, whomever, or just want to give a gift, great Auburn, Alabama game day gear, specifically designed with women's fashion in mind. They're not just throwing on a guy's XL T-shirt and rolling to the game. These are game day wear specifically made for them. You get that at the Pants Store, and trust me, it is high quality, the best stuff in the business to look good on game day. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. All right, everyone saw it yesterday at practice or after practice, talking about Jordan Battle, internet buzzing. Jordan Battle, bad injury. Nick Saban did not address it afterwards in practice. Wasn't even asked about it. Sort of leaked out after that. What we know about the Jordan Battle injury as we sit here to start the show today without anything official from Alabama. Does anybody have any sources that tell you anything?
A source tells me it is an ankle injury. The rumor, and let me stress the word rumor, was that he was carted off. I can't confirm or deny if he rode off on a cart, but I will point out that Mecole Hardman was carted off from Kansas City practice. That's not a rumor. Everybody saw that happen. The media was there when it happened. It's the NFL. He was carted off, and I remember us talking about it on the show, and we're like, man, this sounds serious. He's got a groin injury. He's going to be back. So just because you ride off in a cart doesn't mean it's the end of your season. So even if that is true about Jordan Battle, I would hesitate to read a ton into that. What I am told from sources is that it is an ankle injury, and they don't expect that it is too serious. Now, I can't tell you amount of weeks out. Will they be there week 1 at Texas? I don't know, but I'm told ankle injury. They don't believe it to be season-ending serious.
Yeah, so not too serious.
I think the carting off, especially in fall camp, is precautionary. You're not going to have people carry him all the way to the facility.
Yeah, it could be a long, I don't even know what field they were on. It could be a long haul back to the
This could be a high
room.
ankle sprain, something that bothers him for a few weeks. Looking at the bad side, it was an ankle against Tennessee that did Jalen Waddle in for almost the entire year until the national championship game.
Yeah, so it could vary, and usually you don't know about that until the next day. They do a little MRI after the swelling goes down and that kind of stuff. But it was an ankle injury according to our sources. Severity, we don't know yet. Told by one source, not as serious as first thought or not as serious as it could have been. So we'll wait for official word from Alabama. So the buzz last night floating around the internet at some points looked a lot worse than what we're being told.
Well, when you see the phrase carted off, and that was the rumor that he was carted off. And again, I'm not saying that was untrue, but I am saying I think a lot of times when you see a guy was carted off, you assume it's season ending. And, again, I'll point out when Mecole Hardman carted off Kansas City, and I think they don't even think he's going to miss the season opener. It was just a groin injury. They just didn't want him walking all the way back to the locker room and making it worse. So you will the card out.
I don't know what to speculate, but, this is a guy we talked about yesterday when ESPN did their top 100 players of the year. He came in number 23 overall.
That's right.
Obviously very, very important.
And it's going to be one of those type seasons that reminds me of a couple of the Alabama-Clemson games that it seems predestined. It's going to be Alabama and Ohio State. And when you get to the end, you want to make sure you've got your roster the best possible roster you can have on the field, because those two rosters look alike, Ohio State and Alabama. And one injury to a guy like Battle who may not be there for that game or anyone else, when you get to that point at the end of the year, we saw what it did to Georgia, Alabama last year, not having your two top receivers. Those type injuries can impact you at the end. So both those rosters, if it ends up being Alabama versus Ohio State, you hope it's the best Ohio State and the best Alabama can be at the end.
But I'll go back to what Lance said about Jordan Battle. I mean, you'll never argue he's the best player on Alabama's defense. I think that title is locked in right now. You could easily make the argument he's the second best. Now, I think Dallas Turner is certainly in that argument. But you could easily make the argument this is Alabama's second best defensive player we're talking about here in Jordan Battle. So, you're obviously hopeful if you're Pete Golding and Nick Saban that this is on the less serious side and you're able to get him back out on the field as quick as possible.
916 over in the chat room. Brooks says, how long before the Big Ten starts complaining about SEC bias with the college football playoff, with it being exclusively on ESPN? That's already been happening. But I would say when we redo the college football playoff, renegotiate that, it will not exclusively be on ESPN anymore, right?
No, it'll look like the Big Ten championship game, which is rotating between CBS, Fox, and NBC. Now, I don't know that CBS and NBC will be players, but I can promise you Fox and ESPN will be a player in the college football playoff. It won't always be on ESPN.
And it looks like we get another Black Friday game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Says they're going to do a second game on CBS, a Big Ten Black Friday game.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I'm all for more Black Friday football.
Yeah. As much football as we can get.
Yep.
All right. One more thing to tell you about after LT tells you about Odie's last night trivia night. How'd it go last night?
It was good. We had, I think, 17 teams. The question last night, what came first, the attack on Pearl Harbor or Robert De Niro?
Ooh, Pearl Harbor was 1942. I'm going to say, and we did De Niro's birthday yesterday, and I don't remember it. I'm going to say De Niro first because Pearl Harbor was in December of 42. Yeah, I'm going to say De Niro.
You're off a year.
I'm going to say
Pearl Harbor was December 41.
And I think De Niro was 43.
It was 43 because he turned 79 yesterday. So just some of the little factoids you learn at Odie's. There was something else interesting we learned last night. Do you remember what it was?
It was one other thing. I don't know. What was it?
No, there was something really interesting.
By the way, Robert Redford's birthday today before Pearl Harbor.
Redford was born before Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, well into his 80s today.
No, I believe that. Anyway, Odie's Team Trivia, we do it every single Wednesday night. Make sure you come out and join us. Always a lot of fun. Get there early, enjoy some great food. You can do it every single day for lunch or dinner. Great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Keon Keeley is the number one edge rusher in this recruiting class coming up for 2023. Number one edge rusher. Had long been a commitment to Notre Dame, but had long been rumored that he was going to possibly decommit from Notre Dame. That happened last night. Such a big decommitment that it's one of the top stories on ESPN.com, and at one point on the ticker on the bottom of the screen. That's how big of a recruit this guy is.
Well, but and one of the other side stories is there is an Alabama recruit commitment that has said, I'll talk him into decommitting. Basically, I'm going to recruit him to Alabama.
Yeah, and that's running back Richard Young, and he was the guy that actually tweeted before he actually decommitted. So people think there's a connection there.
Well, I think there obviously is.
Alabama fans are reading into this is half of it. The decommit from Notre Dame and now soon to be a commit to Alabama.
Yeah, already right now number one in the 24/7 recruiting rankings is Alabama, and this would be the top edge rusher. And as everyone now quickly flipped their crystal ball predictions at 24/7, it says Alabama, 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 Alabama.
I think you're probably wise to do that. But the other side of it is how it affects, everybody's been banging the drum for look at Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. Getting them to commit is only the start of the battle.
That's right.
That's the only start. So he's got to hold all these guys now.
So it looks like Alabama, this would put a little gap on their lead at number 1 in this recruiting class coming up if Keon Keeley, as everyone is expecting, ends up committing to Alabama and then signing on National Signing Day. All right, a lot to still get to, including Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. He's in the next segment. He just predicted every Auburn football game in part of his series at Saturday Down South yesterday. We'll talk to him about that, some of his other predictions that he has rolling out at SDS, and all the developing news. Connor will join us and give us his thoughts on that as well as we roll on this morning, all right here on your home for college football. What are we now, 9 days out?
Come on, Jim. Is it single digits?
Or are we down to 8? Nope, it's 9
we
days out.
depend on you for this.
9 days out from week 0, right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Our Michelson look ahead includes Connor O'Gara here in this next segment, actually this segment right here. Pete Sampson at the end of the show to talk a little Notre Dame football, part of our 40 and 40 today. Michelson Laser Vision getting you ready to see clearly this new football deal with the Big Ten.
Yeah, look, if you wear glasses or contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. Do what I did years ago, decades ago. Make the phone call to 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, call 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, Connor O'Gara with us now, Saturday Down South at CG O'Gara on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Hey, not a whole lot. It's taken me some time to process this new world that we're living in, that the Big Ten is going to have the drums drop. I'm not emotionally ready for that, even though I graduated from a Big Ten school. I grew up in Big Ten country. That is weird to me. And seeing that feels like something that somebody put together on Reddit.
So CBS, though, and you're younger than me, Connor. I'm 46. I do remember that CBS music as college football music. It has become the SEC music. But when I was a kid, it played before Notre Dame, Miami, and Catholics versus Convicts. It played if Penn State was playing Alabama. It played for, a Big 8 game. So I love that music, but I also remember a time when the SEC didn't just own it.
Yeah, Brown, but my goodness, at one point, there were parts of this 48 connected states that we call the United States right here, the continental U.S., that belonged to Spain or the French.
Yeah,
then we took the damn thing over, and we didn't give it back to them.
Did the Spanish have theme music?
We did give it back to them.
Did the French have Gary Danielson? No.
Well, we could give that part back.
Sacre bleu. I don't know.
I was waiting to see how that was going to be worked in at some point. It is weird, though, because, when I close my eyes and I picture what that was like and why it felt so significant, I think about being in like my dorm room lobby in 2008 and going from an Indiana Western Kentucky game and then walking back to the dorms to make sure that I was there for 3:30 CBS. It was Florida LSU, and I'm watching a game that just feels important. And I remember talking to my brother being like, man, how cool would it be to go to an SEC school? Like, this is football. This feels big time. What we were just at over there down the street at Memorial Stadium, look, that wasn't it. And it's just, it always just has that big time feel. And that's something that I don't think you can assume that ESPN is going to be able to replicate when this new deal starts in 2024.
Do you think it affects recruiting at all? Because Kevin Warren pointed out, for NIL, this is huge for our athletes.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the talent disparity is so evident right now that it's going to take a while. I mean, it really will. And if we're really going to see that all of a sudden change, I think that's going to take time because, man, like it's not even close right now. The teams in the Big Ten who can win a national championship, it's one. It's Ohio State. That's it. Meanwhile, the SEC has probably 5 teams with enough talent to be able to win a national championship pretty much on a yearly basis. So I think that's going to take a little bit of time. I mean, the best recruits in the country are still in the South. They're still on the West Coast. We'll kind of wait and see the way that all of this kind of shakes out in the latter part of the decade. But things are changing, man. Everything in this sport is changing right now.
I'm trying not to show my teeth like I'm an animal backed into the corner here, but I know there's the Los Angeles market and the Chicago market and the New York market, but when it's all said and done, the most watched games this year, when you do the top 10, 4 or 5 of them will still be an SEC involved game. And then when you get to the championship, usually the SEC is involved in that too. So I understand that the Fox and CBS and NBC are grasping to hold on to college football, and they have those big markets, so they'll pay all this money. But what does it matter if ESPN, ABC has the most watched game in Chicago and Los Angeles if we don't have an SEC team there? It's still about getting eyeballs in those big markets, right?
It is. People care about competitive football.
Right.
I mean, the numbers when Bama is down in the second half of a game, those TV numbers are insane. Like seeing Bama trailing against A&M last year and how many people had to tune into that one. I mean, that's just the way that this thing all kind of works still.
And, wait. Breaking news right here. Conor O'Gara is saying that Nick Saban should be trailing in more third quarters to help out the ABC ESPN deal.
That's the way Vince McMahon would say it.
Yes, I'm just saying, look, that would be a great way to do it. Hey, Bama was playing in a one-score game in the fourth quarter 6 of 8 times in SEC play last year. Maybe that's the formula moving forward. Just kind of keep it close. We talked about this suspect offensive line or whatever it was. No, they were just helping out the conference, trying to drive up those media rights contracts, trying to make sure that they did their part to make sure that the SEC is still the number 1 ticket.
Conor O'Gara with a Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. I want to go. I just want to hit these. It looks like, would you agree, Jaden Daniels? Well, maybe you wouldn't agree with this. Jaden Daniels is going to be the LSU quarterback.
I think so, but everything that I keep hearing about Garrett Nussmeier is really positive.
Wow.
And I'm not sure how much of that is lip service, because he could theoretically transfer at the end of fall camp, go somewhere else, not play immediately, but still transfer and be like, all right, I'm not going to be the guy. So maybe there's some of that. I keep hearing that he's considered to be a little bit of like an Ian Book type, which everybody knows the way that he played in Brian Kelly's offense, a guy who won a lot of games, had a lot of success. But I still think Jaden Daniels is going to be the guy. Leaky offensive line. You need a mobile quarterback with what they're going to try and bring back. The only position that they have figured out on that offensive line at LSU is left tackle. So I think Jaden Daniels kind of gives them the most chances to be able to win. They're hoping they can tap into that 2019 Arizona State mojo that he had when he actually had weapons. LSU does not lack weapons. So that's the good news. But yeah, I don't know that he's necessarily locked in to be the starting quarterback for the entire season.
You know, we're not far away from that 2019 team, which you could argue was the greatest college football team of all time. What would you say is a successful year one for Brian Kelly?
Man, ideally you don't want to see a one-way street with the portal. I think that's kind of underrated with this. And we talked about that a lot with Brian Harsin and the way that kind of just left this stench just surrounding Auburn's 2021 season and the way that impacted just kind of public opinion about him. I think year one win-loss is totally overrated. I think it's one of the most – we're going to have some really bad takes about year one coaches. We just are. I know you guys were talking about Marcus Freeman before as well. Like, if you're going to bail on Marcus Freeman because he's going to lose by 28 in the opener against Ohio State, I got news for you, buddy. Notre Dame is 2-21 against AP top 5 teams since 1999. If Notre Dame loses against Ohio State, it ain't a Marcus Freeman thing. So I look at the way that this thing has kind of all, like in the dialect that we talk about with first-year head coaches, Brian Kelly being one of them. There are so many high-profile first-year coaches because there are 8 programs who played in a national championship game in the 21st century who have a first-year head coach. So we're going to want to rush to judgment with all of them. But to me, if you're looking at a place like LSU, I want to see not necessarily a one-way street with the portal. Can you have those flashes of those decent games? Can you look like a team that's actually maximizing that talent? Can you establish some sort of offensive identity? Arkansas established an offensive identity year one with Sam Pittman, and they were able to build on that year two. So I think that to me is more important for guys like Brian Kelly, for guys like Billy Napier, who obviously are coming into big, high-profile jobs with some major expectations.
Connor O'Gara is part of Saturday Down South, and they have a series where they do crystal ball predictions of every team's game coming up when we start here in 9 days. You did Auburn yesterday, I believe. Maybe it was 2 days ago, but we had it on our top reads at nextroundlive.com yesterday. At first, I thought the W had got stuck on your keyboard. Then I thought the L's got stuck on your keyboard. Do you need a new MacBook, or is that the way the season's going to go? It's going to be streaky for Auburn.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I've had the same MacBook since 2015 when I started this job, and I actually had to get a new keyboard last year because literally one of my keys was stuck.
Yes.
And I had to get a new keyboard to be able to kind of work around that. It's a true story. But I think it's going to be an up and down year. I've seen it thrown out there. I think it was Bear Felica who talked about the possibility that Auburn could be 5-0 going into that game against Georgia. I can close my eyes and picture Kirk Herbstreit on the set of College Game Day saying, look at Auburn. They stuck with Brian Harsin. Good for them for being able to stand by their coach and not make a rash decision. And now here they are sitting here in the top 10, top 15 against Georgia. And then Georgia's still going to, blow the doors off them like they always do. But I still think that Auburn's going to have a very herky-jerky season. Now, it could include a win against a team like Arkansas, who I have finishing second in the SEC West. And I think they're in position to go to a New Year's Six Bowl this year. But I still worry about quarterback play. They have too many questions. They have no sort of stability at the quarterback position. TJ Finley is the longest tenured Auburn quarterback, and he showed up on campus last summer. I mean, that's not good. I saw Zach Calzada. I'm not encouraged. I'm not a believer necessarily that it's going to be, Robbie Ashford's going to step in and he's automatically going to kind of be the answer that they need when he hasn't taken an FBS snap yet. Too many holes on the offensive line. I worry about what their defensive line is going to look like after it seemed like they had a transfer from the defensive line like every single day for about 2 months. So I think that Auburn has major issues on top of the coordinator changes as well that just make me think they're not going to be able to keep their head above water in the SEC West and have one of those miracle seasons.
Back to quarterback, if I put the over under, this is a big number. If I put it at 2.5 starting quarterbacks this year for Auburn, where would you go on that?
I'd probably go under. I don't think TJ Finley's going to be it. I just don't. If you've seen the way that Brian Harsin has responded since the coup in February, do you really think that he's going to run it back with TJ Finley? I hear all the camp buzz. I'm always skeptical of that with this day and age of the transfer portal and how much of this is just lip service, trying to get these guys to stay and not have a last minute transfer where they're worried about their depth. You can't run it back with TJ Finley. You just can't. I've seen enough of him to know, look, I just don't think he's that guy in the SEC. Maybe he could have success elsewhere, but I'm just not a believer, especially with that offensive line. I mean, Zach Calzada at least gives you the possibility of, hey, what does it look like away from Jimbo Fisher's offense? Jimbo Fisher, in my opinion, did a terrible job adjusting to Zach Calzada once Haynes King went down, and it was a struggle for both of them to be on the same page. At least you have the unknown of Zach Calzada in a new system, and you can kind of see what that looks like. But I'd probably take the under. I think Robbie Ashford's going to be starting by Halloween weekend, so I think that it's at 2 starting quarterbacks for Auburn this year.
Our friendship really didn't blossom until after the season last year when you started joining us on the show. So I'm really digging edgy in-season Connor O'Gara. I really like this.
Edgy.
We've got 3 top 25, AP top 25 matchups in week 1. There is a belief here on the show that that could be 3 blowouts as well. Can you rank for me of those 3 matchups the most competitive game down to, I think you've already let it out of the bag, Notre Dame and Ohio State? You think it's going to be a 3-touchdown plus game? I do too. Do you think Cincinnati, Arkansas, or Oregon, Georgia is the most competitive of the 3?
Cincinnati, Arkansas, for sure. Look, I get it. I think Cincinnati. This is one of the things to talk about, us getting to know each other after last season. My big take last year that I swung and actually connected on, which was a miracle, was predicting that Cincinnati was going to make the college football playoff. That was the big thing that I kept talking about in the offseason last year, and that ends up happening. I understand that team lost so much talent. Post-Desmond Ritter era, you're talking about replacing guys like Sauce Gardner, Kobe Bryant, different Kobe Bryant, talking about replacing Myjai Sanders. This defense that was just stacked last year, that they're going to have a lot of new pieces to fill. But I still think that should be a good competitive game. I think Arkansas is going to have some things to figure out offensively. I don't think that's going to be a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination, even though I love their ground game, which was number 1 in Power 5 in rushing last year. I love KJ Jefferson as well. And I think their defense has a lot of room to improve. And I think that Drew Sanders could be a very critical missing piece for that group. But I still think it's going to be a low scoring, like 21-17 type game. When I close my eyes and picture Georgia, Oregon, do I think that's going to be the case? No, because I've seen this Bo Nix story. All right. I don't think he's going to Oregon all of a sudden going to be able to hang around with Georgia. I get it. They've got all these starters back on the offensive line. I still have watched Bo Nix against a Georgia defense too many times. And I just don't think that that's necessarily going to be competitive. Maybe I'm trying to hedge against my bets because I'm going to be there opening weekend. And I'm just kind of hoping that I get a competitive game and not a game that's over by halftime or middle of the third quarter. But that's kind of the way I see that playing out.
Can I just remind you, though, that the only reason Alabama threw the ball at all in the semifinal game against Cincinnati when they had all that NFL talent was because Bryce Young was the quarterback and he got bored handing it off. Yeah. Sam Pittman's not going to have that problem with KJ Jefferson. They may not throw the ball in the game and just run it down Cincinnati's throat.
They could, and they probably should. I mean, people aren't talking enough about the Arkansas ground game. Majority of their offensive line back,
bulldozer,
stud tailbacks. Oh. That's what they do with that tempo. So I'm a believer they could definitely follow that same sort of blueprint, especially as they're figuring out their receivers in a post Traylon Burks world.
All right, he is Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Follow him at CJ O'Gara. Read him at Saturday Down South and SaturdayTradition.com. Connor, thank you for the time. Have a great weekend.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
SaturdayTradition.com, if you don't know, is the Big Ten version of Saturday Down South.
Right, Saturday Tradition. To your point, Alabama didn't throw the ball because, A, they could run it at will, and B, those are two NFL corners.
That's right.
Now the two NFL corners are going.
But
have they fixed
those front seven? Still can't go up against the SEC offensive linemen.
Have they fixed the run it at will problem? My guess is no, which is bad news in Fayetteville.
Yeah, probably not. I'm interested to see what KJ Jefferson is like without Traylon Burks.
Yeah, that's a huge loss.
Huge weapon there. And Luke Fickell's still done a great job of recruiting for Cincinnati.
He has. And as they move to the Big 12. They're going to fit in nicely. They will not be a huge adjustment for them when they get to the Big 12. I just think the blueprint was there last year with much better talent on the field for Cincinnati for Arkansas to go out there and do what they did to Texas, really. And they pushed Texas around last year. That seems to fit into what Sam Pittman. It's a very easy game plan for him to do what he really likes to do, and that's to be more manly in the trenches against Cincinnati.
I don't imagine they have fixed the problem that plagued them against Alabama last year. I would imagine if Sam Pittman says, I just want to show the world how physical we are, which that's in Sam Pittman's DNA.
Yes.
We'll do it, right?
And they did it. They took Texas's manhood on national TV. They ran it down their throat.
This time last year, and it was the most impressive game of the SEC to that point.
Yeah. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. Just full honesty right here. Yesterday on the golf course, we were out there playing a little golf with a couple of our listeners. Had to sneak a little Redmont vodka in because I was a little thirsty on the course.
Transfusion?
Nope, we didn't have a cart girl that made it by. We just sometimes the cart girls will roll the dice.
Yep.
But I had a nice little stash in my bag, ready to go, emergency stash if you
What'd you mix it with?
I mixed it with a little Powerade, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a transfusion, basically.
Yeah.
Rocket fuel.
Yeah, rocket fuel.
Yeah, it's a poor man's Red Bull and vodka.
Hey, drink it straight if you got to. Redmont Vodka, obviously locally owned and operated, the official vodka here of the Next Round. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled and available at your local package and ABC stores. Also available in 20 states now. Pick it up, Redmont Vodka.
Not scientifically proven, but little Redmont Vodka, and I went par. I think 4 straight holes there after a shaky start. After a shaky start,
and then
Then I started talking,
flapping them gums.
In fact, when we come back on the other side, I will show you the. I had a good shot at being only down Brown, playing from the same tees as Brown, only down 4 at the turn.
I'm going to say he still beat you by a double stroke.
We'll figure that out.
We'll give you a halftime media update and then the final scores, and say thank you to a couple of our listeners when we come back. A lot more to do on the show, including the start of the biggest NFL exhibition weekend that there is, the week 2 of exhibition play, where you should see a lot of starters. All that's coming up in the next few segments right here on the Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Back with you. Thanks to our great friends at Bud Light Next. Wherever you buy beer, drink responsibly. Zero carbs, 80 calories. And we may be sampling a new Bud Light product later today. Maybe? Is that today?
Yes, that is going to be today at noon. We will be sampling some new product.
Okay. On this show, for maybe the first time you've ever seen a new product, coming up a little bit later on.
Interesting.
Braves lose last night to the Mets. 9-7 as the Mets went out there. How about the debut for Brett Beatty. You know, Michael Harris, the best prospect in the Braves organization, gets called up. He's been fantastic. So after losing 2 games to start this series, the Mets said, hey, man, we will call up our best prospect from the minor leagues, and let's see what he does. Not just his first at-bat, LT, his first major league swing, and he takes it out of the yard for a home run.
Yeah, pretty awesome. The 12th overall pick in the 2019 draft. His family flew in town from Round Rock, Texas. They were in the stands.
I love those videos, man. When the family's in the stands for the first at-bat.
And I got to tell you, the lock, you predicted that I would have a play on this game. I took Scherzer. He's up 6-1. He exits the game. Braves come back. Grossman has that 3-run shot to make it 6-5. Thought the Braves were going to ultimately win that game, but the Mets hold on. But, yeah, the Brett Beatty was a really, really cool moment.
It really was. 4.5 games down, the Mets up. They play again tonight to wrap up that series. And if the Mets win tonight, they split the series, and they're exactly where they were when they started. The best the Braves can do is get out of here only 3.5 down. Both teams will be a playoff team. Wore this Rays jersey because when I went to sleep last night, I thought the Rays had finished a sweep of the Yankees. I turned on SportsCenter today and see Auburn's Josh Donaldson hits a walk-off grand slam in the 10th as the Yankees come back and beat Tampa Bay. But anytime you make Yankee history, it's crazy.
That is crazy. You're right.
Now, it's one of those little fine print history moments.
Still pretty cool.
But it's only the 3rd time in Yankee history that they've had a walk-off home run from being down 3, basically a grand slam, to walk it off to win it. 3rd grand slam walk-off home run
in Yankees history
to win it. The other 2, Jason Giambi in 2002, little Babe Ruth.
Well, I was going to say
in 1925.
If it doesn't include Babe Ruth, I don't believe it because every Yankees record does.
Yeah,
what's the fine print?
That is the fine print. That is just 3 runs down, walk-off grand slam.
I got you.
We forget how good Jason Giambi was, too. Obviously not in the conversation of Babe Ruth, but Jason Giambi was a really good player for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of good players, on the golf course yesterday, thank you to the fine folks at Bent Brook who had us out there. Weather held, no rain at all, and just had a beautiful day. Love that golf course at Bent Brook just off I-459. But we had done a U.S. Open Golf Challenge, and we opened it up to our viewers and listeners, right?
Dr. Pepper sponsored this, and basically what Dr. Pepper said is we want you to take some viewers to go play golf, so here's what we did. You were able to pick the winner of the U.S. Open, and if you got it right, you went into a drawing with everybody else that got it right. If you didn't get it right, whoever had the most money went into the drawing unless you were by yourself, and we drew out a name. And Brian Fant was the winner.
Brian Fant won from over in Glencoe.
Yep.
And there he is. His buddy Alex, who is a Mississippi State grad, and they came and played golf with Brown and me out at Brent Brook. Just look at Bent Brook. Look how beautiful that is behind us there. Beautiful picture there, except for the 2 morons on the end there. But it's just a wonderful, wonderful day of golf. And
shout out to Mickey Smith.
Oh, they are such a good staff out there. Love those guys out there.
So we go out, and we're playing. And unlike the last time I played golf with Brown, where I played a different tee box, we all are playing the 2s,
well,
not
better,
the tips.
Yeah, it's better for communication.
Yes.
And to be perfectly clear, we let them choose.
By the way, I don't know what's going to go on this video. You're like a storm chaser right there.
Yeah. Josh Pate.
We got one in sight.
If Josh Pate's watching right now, he's going, don't know why he's chasing storms now.
Is that a mesocyclone?
Yeah. So we played 9 holes, and going on to the 9th hole on that tee box, I had parred a couple holes in a row, and I was only 4 strokes down from Brown playing from the same tees. Had a little problem on the 9th hole, but I gave you this video update right here to show you just that the stuff you see on the show is real even when we're not on the show, by the way. But we don't get along.
Oh, whatever.
All right, halfway through the round today. I'm only 6 down playing from Brown's tees. How's the round going?
You know, I had 2 shaky holes on the front, but, we're going to try to recover here on the back.
Let's meet our guest golfers today. Guys, introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. And these are our U.S. Open winners at nextroundlive.com.
Brian Fant from Glencoe, Alabama.
Go Jackets.
Brian, how are you hitting the ball?
Pretty decent. Shot 6 over on the front, so not too bad for the way I've been playing.
One of the best baseball players in Mississippi women's college history right here.
Alex Collum, Columbus, Mississippi.
Alex, how are you hitting them?
Pretty good. Triple on the last, but, It happens.
Okay, be honest. Tell everybody about mine and Brown's relationship on the golf course. It's really special, isn't it?
Passive aggressive.
Yeah. Is Brown as good at golf as he acts like he is on the show?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
he's-
He paid you off. No, shut up. Shut up. That's it. Let's go play some more. Not the answer I wanted there, by the way.
Passive aggressive. He obviously watches the show.
He does.
No, he lived it for 9 holes.
Yeah, he does.
Hour and a half. He
Yep.
saw it every time.
Comes to Odie's trivia, too. Alex comes to Odie's trivia.
Brian, a
lives
Lions
against him.
fan?
Huh?
Brian, a Lions fan?
No, I thought that was a Lions hat at
Puma?
first. It's a Puma hat.
Puma hat.
Yeah, it's very close, though. But it was in Lions colors, the Hawaiian blue.
It was.
Good-looking hat, by the way.
So we ended up, let me see if I get the scores right. I was a 92.
I think that's right.
Struggled down the stretch. Alex was an 85. Brian, who was the winner, almost shot par on the back.
Yeah, he played
Putting
very
was
well on the back
insane.
nine, yeah.
Shot a 78, and Mr. Golf over there shot a 76. And struggled really to get a 76. I mean, he should have shot par.
Back-to-back doubles on the front nine. Those add up quick.
Yeah, those will hurt you.
Yeah.
But I had told them going in, I said, if at any point I'm ahead of Brown, we will stop the match and shoot a video real quick. And I've doubled the first two, so I was never ahead.
Well, I mean, outside of let's say post 5 holes, have you ever been in front of Brown?
No. I think that's why I was excited about only being 4 down.
Yeah.
Well, the video said 6 down. I don't know if you were 4 or 6.
I was excited. I was going to do the video at 4,
Yeah.
and then I doubled number 9. I'm not good, Brown. I'm not as good as you.
Well, it's quite all right. I like playing golf.
Much like Notre Dame when they play Ohio State, you will see a definite gap in talent there when they play each other. All right, we'll talk to Armando Salguero from Outkick and a little NFL football when we come back, and back into some big college football news. The show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Cowan can get that piece of equipment your company needs to finish the job.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, a new hour live now brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports as we get you back into the game right there. NFL injuries, something you worry about in week 2 of exhibition play because you get a lot of the starters out there. Precision Sports always getting you, our viewers and listeners, back into the game.
Yeah, hey, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Back tonight with Bears Seahawks on ESPN. Armando Salguero talks some NFL with us now. He is with Outkick at Armando Salguero on Twitter. Welcome in, Armando. How are you today?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. I hope everything's well in your neck of the woods.
It is fantastic. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Look, I know it's only been a Hall of Fame game and one preseason NFL game for everyone else. Is there a player or a team that has stood out for you and you're like, okay, maybe that's a little better than I would have thought already?
Right. So the way I look at preseason is I don't think about teams, to be very honest with you, because as we saw the first round of games, starters aren't playing a whole lot, right? And if at all. So I don't make decisions or even takes. There are no hot takes here about NFL teams. Players, that's another story altogether, as long as they're on the field. And in that regard, I would have to tell you that in practices, I like what is going on with the New Orleans Saints and Jameis Winston and his connection with his receivers. Obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they had a first round pick that was the number 1 overall pick, right? And he was amazing against the Raiders in that Hall of Fame game, I thought.
So if I asked you more difficult division to handicap right now, the AFC North or the AFC West?
Right. So it's impossible really to handicap the North because we don't know how long Deshaun Watson is going to be out. We know that he's going to be out at least 6 games. Breaking news, it's going to be longer than that, right? It's either going to come down to a settlement or an appeal in which the NFL gets more than the 6 games. And so if it's a year-long, appeals process to the point where he's out for the year, suddenly I'm not feeling Jacoby Brissett and the Cleveland Browns at all. And now all of a sudden, we're thinking the Cincinnati Bengals should kind of ride the wave from last year and improve and win that. But if Deshaun Watson is indeed back after 6 games, all bets are off. It's catch as catch can. We'll see what happens. In the AFC West, everybody's good, man. Everybody's good. And I expect them to beat each other up. I expect them to I wouldn't be surprised if 3 teams out of the AFC West make the playoffs.
Wow. Big comment there. I'm interested in, you've covered the NFL a long time. And Aaron Rodgers has been the way Aaron Rodgers is for a long, long time. To lose his star receiver after he decides he's coming back with the Packers, and then here early in camp to rant about young receivers and how they've got drops and their route running and work ethic and all that, to the point where the receivers and quarterbacks actually have a meeting yesterday. What's your take on that whole situation with Rodgers and the Packers going into the season?
Yeah, that's a great topic that I'm actually working on a column for Outkick.com about that this afternoon. So my take is, Aaron, you could have addressed this earlier, in that when Devontae Adams clearly didn't want to come back because of Aaron, by the way, he has said, the reason I went to the Raiders is because there was uncertainty about Aaron Rodgers and his future, and I wanted more certainty for my career and my future. So I went to a place where I know the quarterback and I know he's going to be around. Well, Aaron Rodgers gets this big contract that's paying him $50 million a year and then doesn't show up for OTAs and doesn't show up for the offseason conditioning and doesn't show up for anything other than the mandatory minicamp. Well, all that time that he didn't show up, that's the time to get chemistry with your young receivers. That's the time to find each other's, flaws and foibles and work this stuff out. Training camp, is about trying to master the offense, trying to, find what you can find to beat opponents and refine. He's actually partly, if not fully, at fault for what he is experiencing, in my opinion.
Armando Salguero is with us, Outkick.com, at Armando Salguero on Twitter. A huge sigh of relief, I would imagine, obviously, for Chiefs fans. When you saw the reports that Mecole Hardman was carted off after already losing Tyreek Hill to Miami, you had to hold your breath as a Chiefs fan. Looks like just a growing injury, and looks like he could be back in the near term, Armando.
Right. So they're looking at regular season game 1 or 2. It's going to be okay. The idea with groin injuries, as you all know, is we want them back. We need them back, but you can't rush them back, because you rush them back and these soft tissue injuries seem to linger when you come back too early. And now you've got issues the entire season. So they're going to be very, very careful with him. They're going to use caution. but they're going to get him back, which is, like you said, a huge sigh of relief for them.
What ultimately happens with Odell Beckham Jr.?
So, oddly enough, this is a situation that's about money. I can't believe it. It's,
Shocker.
It's like, this is the total surprise to me, because whoever heard of people loving money? No one is offering him the kind of money that he wants. At some point, one of two things will happen. Some team that is in the hunt for, some sort of championship or believes itself to be in the hunt may lose, a star wide receiver, may lose someone that they're counting on, and turn to Odell Beckham and say, hey, all right, we'll meet you close to where you want. Or that doesn't happen, and Odell Beckham decides, the season is starting next week or in a couple of weeks. That's when paychecks start, and I got none coming. So I better adjust my desires for a lot of money and maybe get a lot less of a lot of money. And in that regard, I think the Rams would still be in play.
You may be old enough to remember there was a show for a while, a trivia show called Win Ben Stein's Money back in the day. If I said win Clay Travis's money, and you put all Clay Travis's money on one NFL team to win the Super Bowl, where do you put the money to win the Super Bowl this year?
Wow, appreciate you giving me all of Clay Travis's money, because there's a lot of it, by the way. And I'm not sure he wants it in my grubby hands, but I like the Buffalo Bills. I really do. I think that they got something that is special. I love Josh Allen, not because of what he does on the field. I love his approach. Josh Allen is one of those rare stars, budding superstars that loves everything about football. I've known and covered a lot of superstars that love to play on Sunday, but they don't love practicing on Wednesday, or they don't love spending a lot of time in the film room on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or they don't love the weight room, or they don't love signing autographs, or they don't like the guy is a maniac. He loves Buffalo. He loves the Bills culture. He loves to work out. He loves to study. He loves the preparation part of it and the physical part of it. And oh, by the way, when the game comes around on Sunday, he's really good. And that's like, how do you bring that down? The last time we saw Josh Allen on a football field was in the playoffs last year. And in 2 games, he threw 9 touchdown passes. And if he had more time in that game against Kansas City, in which Buffalo, lost the game because the Chiefs scored in overtime, I would say to you, it would have been more. He was coming, and I think he picks up where he left off.
All right, I started following Armando because of his coverage of my beloved Dolphins, so we will end this with a completely selfish question by me. Saturday, will we see Tua and Tyreek Hill in the game against the Raiders? Do I need to spring for the NFL Plus 7-day free trial so I can watch that here in Birmingham?
So Tua has said he wants to play, Ryan. He wants to play. And, Mike McDaniel, being the Tua lover that he is, he's going to want to make Tua happy. So my guess is Tua plays on Saturday. I don't know about Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill doesn't need to play. Tua needs to play.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so I'll spring for it. That was Armando's way of telling me just go ahead and do the 7-day free trial and remember to cancel it.
Does Miami have an injury tent?
Oh, Dunaway, stop.
Well, I'm just asking.
He is Armando Salguero. Of course they do. Armando Salguero covers all the NFL now for Outkick. He does a phenomenal job. Go follow him at Armando Salguero. Thank you for the time, Armando. Have a great weekend.
All right, man. Thank you, as always.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. That is Armando with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Of course, says the guy whose quarterback is 145 years old.
Yeah, really. You're going to need an injury wigwam.
Yeah.
I don't know what that meant.
Well,
that.
I tell you, I said the Bills were going to win the Super Bowl last year. I think I was a year early. I've said it again this year. I think a lot of people are going to be jumping on what I'm going with this year.
Which is so against what you usually do. That, I mean, everybody seems to be picking the Bills, and you usually are a contrarian.
Again, last year, I think the Bills would have beaten the Rams. If the Bills get by KC, the Bills beat Cincinnati, hosting Cincinnati in that weather. And then I think ultimately the Bills would have won the Super Bowl last year. I'm glad they didn't get there because I'm glad the Rams were able to hoist the Lombardi. But I think this is the Bills' year. I really do.
Tripp says Aaron Rodgers' comments were so overblown. He should hold his receivers to a high standard. There's Jimbo Fisher.
No, there's Aaron Rodgers.
Ahead of Jimbo Fisher.
And LeBron James, by the way.
I
was hoping we could avoid this.
Let me tease ahead for that later on. Let's start with, on your list is a lot of people, but one of them is Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
No, let's don't do that.
Jim Dunaway. No, Aaron Rodgers is at the top of the list. And look, and I kind of agree with Tripp. I mean, you got to hold your receivers to a high standard. But again, these are guys you don't want to over-intimidate because you got so many young receivers on that roster.
And Armando made a great point. Go to work.
Yeah.
Go volunteer and go to those volunteer workouts and throw balls to them.
No doubt. And look, Devontae Adams was, if not, the best wide receiver in the NFL. And you just heard it from Armando. I mean, one of the reasons was because of how wishy-washy Aaron Rodgers has been over the last couple of years. And a lot of people, you've got to, his commitment just doesn't seem to be 100%. Of course, I would say that Tom Brady, up until last year, the commitment was 100%. Tom Brady was always all in on everything, every aspect of football. And Aaron Rodgers just hasn't been that guy. Skill-wise, he's the best. Maybe the best ever play the game. You can make that argument. But Aaron Rodgers, it gets a little old. And, for him to criticize the receivers, then meet with the receivers and praise them, I mean, the back and forth. I don't know. These are young guys. And I don't know about you, but if I was a 21-year-old out of a small college, I would be intimidated by Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Me too. All right, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a perfect size university for your son or daughter to succeed at academically in the college years, think about Montevallo. Just go to their website first and get some great information about what Montevallo can offer your son or daughter. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Then start exploring the campus. Take that in-person tour. Find out why Southern Living raves about just the beauty of the Montevallo campus, and even new buildings going up all the time, multi-million-dollar theater department, business school, and a lot more. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. A wonderful university, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. Those small class sizes will help your son or daughter excel academically, and a great price point when it comes to tuition and the value of your degree. They haven't raised tuition in 5 years at Montevallo. Through everything that's gone on in the world, they've said, we want to keep this affordable for everybody. That's what you get in Montevallo. All that in one place. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. All right. LT is a Lakers fan. He's a Rams fan. He's a Dodgers fan. But he's a Lakers fan. He has not been a Lakers fan for the last couple of years. And the Lakers missed the playoffs last year, which to me, when you're an organization like the Celtics, the Lakers in the NBA, when you're the Yankees in Major League Baseball or the Dodgers, when you're, pick a great NFL franchise,
Dolphins,
Cowboys, whatever, and you miss the playoffs. Miss the playoffs in the NBA.
Well, half the teams make it.
Right.
Well, it's more than half now because you've got play-in games.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I know you technically don't consider that the postseason, and I get that. But to not even be in a playoff game situation.
To me, that is total rebuild, you clean the slate, you fire coaches, you change everything about the organization, and you start the rebuild. That's what you do at great organizations, and you hit the free agent market and everything. what seems to me to be one of the dumbest contracts I've ever seen. And it's because he's going to go down as one of the greatest players ever. But LeBron James gets a 2-year, $97.1 million deal from your Lakers. We all want your reaction to that.
Well, I think it's idiotic. The guy's 38 years old. Look, and he still puts up good numbers. I mean, he averaged 38 and 6 last year, played in 56 games, but it got them nowhere. You know, Anthony Davis only played in 40 games, but Rob Pelinka, you go out, you get Russell Westbrook, you get Carmelo Anthony. You know, you pick up these veterans that you think are going to be able to come together. I hated the team when they assembled it. It was a team that couldn't even, again, make the postseason. And now you hold LeBron. LeBron actually has got this team hostage now because you get a salary of $46.7 million. You've got a 15% trade kicker. So LeBron's going to be able to make the decision in 2 years when the contract ends whether or not he wants to be a Laker or not. And I guarantee you what's going to happen. The play's going to decline because he's 38. He wants to play with his son, Bronny, who will be entering his senior year of high school this year, draft eligible in 2024 when LeBron's deal is up.
Future Laker.
He's going to see where Bronny gets drafted.
Well, if the Lakers do that, you ought to turn your franchise card in. I mean, the Lakers are too proud of a franchise to draft a kid that may or not be an NBA player to play with his dad.
What I'm saying is wherever Bronny gets drafted is where LeBron ends up being a free agent.
Somebody's going to do that as a publicity stunt. And, you know, if the Lakers do that, that is laughable.
And again, I don't know how good Bronny is.
I don't
no
either.
Idea.
He's a 23rd best prospect in this recruiting class.
Okay.
Reports over the weekend came out that said Oregon was leading the way in recruiting. LeBron jumped to social media and says nobody's leading the way in his recruiting. It is still wide open. And we asked Wimp about it. You heard us ask Wimp, would you recruit him? And he's like, no, you know, I basically would not want to have to deal with LeBron, the Little League coach.
Yeah, I would agree with Wimp. If Oregon is leading, we know why. NIL, Phil Knight, the relationship with LeBron James and Nike.
Right.
So that wouldn't surprise me at all if he ultimately goes to Oregon for a year, then goes into the draft. Look, I think it's cool that he wants to play with his kid.
Oh, by the way, you can't be the 23rd best recruit
and get
in
drafted.
this recruiting class and be a first-round draft pick in the NBA a year later.
Yeah, but maybe here's what happens. He goes in the second round. Maybe he goes to a Lakers or goes to the Cavs, and maybe LeBron goes back to the Cavs. I don't know how this thing's going to play out. I just know this. The Lakers to give him a 2-year, basically $100 million contract with a third-year player option at 38 years old, with as bad as they were last year. LeBron, to me, has become Aaron Rodgers. I mean, LeBron, you can make an argument, it's one of the 3 or 4 greatest players of all time. You got to question the commitment, though.
Aaron Rodgers putting up better numbers than LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, but again, LeBron's still putting up really good numbers.
But not with results of winning.
Yeah.
Good numbers in winning. Aaron Rodgers is still doing that.
Aaron Rodgers is giving you 12 or 13 wins a year.
Yeah.
You know, LeBron can't get you to the postseason.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is getting you the 1 seed. Now, they find a way to blow it every year.
Yeah, but I mean, you blow it up when you don't make the playoffs in the NBA.
And on top of this, I used to like LeBron. I just don't like LeBron anymore.
Yeah, political stuff and all that. But when you can sit down and
he's hypocritical. He's sensitive.
Right. When I can watch LeBron or Ja Morant right now, it's not even close.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. And there are probably 25 guys in the league I would trade LeBron for right now.
Yeah, I mean, and you never said that about Jordan while he was with the Bulls, right?
Yeah.
You never said that. It was always, if I could watch anybody in the league, I'm still going to watch Jordan and the Bulls. I'm going to watch that.
Yeah, you might have said it about Jordan when he was with the Wizards, though, which is where LeBron is in his career right now.
But,
yeah, probably so.
Yeah, and LeBron's still really productive. It just doesn't equate to wins. I mean, LeBron, when you watch him, you're like, wow, I mean, this guy at 38 is doing amazing. He's really Tom Brady, Justin Verlander, these older guys that still are able to go out there and really dominate. But again, it's not equating to wins because it doesn't seem like he's making his teammates better.
Josh and Aniana real quick on LeBron so we don't leave him hanging in a subject we're not going to talk about in the next segment. Josh, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
Hey, good, man. Completely agree with LT on that. I am a fan of the worst franchise in basketball, the Detroit Pistons, but I do have a lot of friends who are Lakers fans who we talked about this LeBron stuff with. It's such a catch-22 situation, kind of like LT was talking about. The Lakers, it's so easy to see they've handcuffed themselves over the next 2 years, but when you have a guy of LeBron's caliber, you can't just not pay him. The Lakers are obviously the Lakers, and you're going to always attract free agents. But if you don't pay the greatest of this generation, how does that look to other guys coming over on veteran minimum deals or sign and trade opportunities? It really seems like catch-22 where, hey, we really need to rebuild, but we have no assets. We can't trade LeBron because of optics. We can't trade Anthony Davis because of his injury history, because of optics. So let's just pay LeBron and address the rebuild whenever we collect our picks down the road. So.
No, I mean, look, it's
a bad place to be, Josh.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, right now the Lakers are in one of the worst situations they could be because they're not going to be contenders next year. They're just not. And LeBron now has made $532 million, or will make $532 million on court in his career.
Yeah, not endorsements or anything, all contracts.
Yeah, he's a billion-dollar athlete. Him and Tiger Woods, I think, the only ones now.
And listen, political stuff late aside, and all of that stuff that you deal with professional athletes for forever. They've always been that way. At one point, LeBron, high school star, I watched his games on ESPN. Went straight to the league. He lived up to expectations. He's one of the greatest players of all time.
Exceeded expectations, really.
Exceeded expectations.
Which is hard to do.
But this is a dumb contract.
Yeah, it is a dumb contract.
Dumb contract.
But again, I don't know what the Lakers, I don't know what the options were. I just wish they somehow could have gutted this entire team. But LeBron, if he wanted to stay a Laker, which he did, he holds all the cards.
Yeah. You can gut teams. You can cut people, right? Cut them and send them on their way.
I don't know what the look would be if the Lakers cut LeBron James.
It would look like, hey, we didn't make the playoffs and it's time for a rebuild. Our expectations here, the Lakers, are about those banners up there. And by the way, I said this in the break, if I'm the Lakers, he's not really a Laker. He's only here for a period of time, and he's about to start breaking Laker records
he
of
is
Laker legends.
He is a rental. And, people could say that about Shaquille O'Neal. I still consider Shaquille O'Neal a Laker, although he played for a million different teams. Came up with Orlando, blockbuster deal to bring him over in 1996.
But his first championship was with the Laker.
Yeah.
He was young in Orlando. He's a Laker to me.
Yeah, he's a Laker. Kobe Bryant's a Laker.
Right.
Elgin Baylor's a Laker. James Worthy, Magic Johnson.
Kareem, and he's about to break a Kareem record in this next 2 years, and that's just insane.
Well, it's going to be all-time points scored, and that won't necessarily, that'll be an NBA record.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm over the LeBron era. I liked it. 3 years ago when they got LeBron. To me, it's been a disaster since. People can talk about, well, they won a championship in the bubble in 2020. Didn't care. Really didn't watch.
Yeah. All right. That's LT, Laker fans' thought on LeBron James. Brown is getting the NFL Plus for the weekend to watch the Dolphins.
Yeah, if Tua's going to play.
And my Rays blew a big lead at Yankee Stadium, screwing up an opportunity to sweep in New York. So
But you still wore the shirt unless you slept in it last night.
I put it on this morning, not checking the final score. I assume we won. Typical Jimmy Landmine. Thought we'd won when I went to bed. We were in a long rain delay. Woke up, threw the shirt on, thought I'd brag about the sweep of New York. Come in, they lost the game.
Do you never get up in the way? I don't know how often you get up in the middle of the night. I usually get up twice in the middle of the night, and one of the times I'll always check scores and odds for the late games that I missed.
I only do it once, and I try not to open my eyes. I feel my way in, pee, and then feel my way back to bed. Never open my eyes. Sometimes I continue to dream.
Jim, you peed in the Hampton again.
Yeah.
Last time you, I've done that before, by the way.
Yeah.
Last time, I'm sure. Thanks, Brown. Last time you stubbed your toe walking to a bathroom.
Last night I stepped on a dog squeaky toy.
That riles them up too.
No, I've done it. A couple times. It's been back football season last year.
Yeah, I've got the lower profile bed now, and it's got the hard corners.
Oh no! Remember I did it at no, it was my knee. I heard SEC media days. We're in Atlanta, and the first night we were in the hotel room. I woke up in the middle of the night thinking I was in my room. So again, eyes closed. I went the wrong direction and walked right into the dresser. Yeah, it hurt my knee.
Happens.
Put that on their injury list. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more on the show, including Pete Sampson and our 40 and 40 team with Notre Dame in the final hour of the show, and a new Bud Light product that we'll sample today in the 12 o'clock hour. All that still to come.
Bama and Bourbon. The Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Before Rockstar's viewing menu in a second, I'm going to need you to pull up how many points Tennessee scored last year. I got something.
438.
You know that already?
I don't.
Okay. Pull that up. Give me a total. I got a story, and I want somebody to make a prediction about Tennessee football this year. First, my friend Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing want to make sure that your roof is protected, your house is taken care of. Man, that's the biggest investment in most people's lifetime, and Greg wants to make sure it's protected with a secure roof, no water leakage, no damage or anything like that. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection, no obligation right now. You call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook and contact him there. He also, when you have storm roof damage, will help you with insurance companies as well. Like a viewer of ours up in Hayden, when he had lightning damage the other night. Called up Greg. Greg comes out there. He's there with the insurance company, walks through the process, getting a brand new entire roof replacement that's on the insurance company's paying for. Thanks to Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. It's the kind of guy he is. He wants to help you out. Locally owned, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. Get that free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, or just keep this number on standby, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing.
511. I wasn't that far off. I just randomly guessed. 511 points.
Josh Heupel says yesterday that he would like his team to make a run at passing Tennessee baseball's total runs this year by points this year. Tennessee baseball this year, 608 runs scored. Can they get to 609 points?
Before you completely dismiss that, Western Kentucky in 14 games, now Tennessee played 13. Western Kentucky in 14 games last year had 619 points. That was the most points scored in the entire country. They led in points per game and total points.
Yeah.
So it's doable. Yeah.
No, I'm guessing that's going to come in at about 46 points per game because they averaged a little over 39 points per game last year.
Yeah, 44.2 for Western Kentucky in 14 games last year. Bama, to put it in perspective, in 15 games scored 598. 598 in 15 games for Alabama. Western Kentucky, 619 in 14 games.
Now, they are going to see some pretty good defenses, Alabama, Kentucky, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So you would take not going to get to 608.
I don't think they'll get there. But even, you think about the improvement. They went up 18 points per game in Heupel's first year.
Yeah.
So, if you just improve it by 5 or 6 points, you're in the mid-40s. I mean, you're one of the top 10 scoring offenses in all of college football.
Another year for Hendon Hooker, and he's got Tennessee has the best quarterback-receiver combo we know about. The best one we've seen so far right now. That's not to say it'll be the best.
Cedric Tillman, yeah.
Yeah, not to say it'll be the best one at the end of the year, but right now it's the best one we know about.
Yeah, you're saying Bryce and his receivers could be, or
Jaden
somebody.
Daniels and Keishon Boutte could be.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud and those guys I feel pretty good about.
Well, I'm in the SEC.
Oh, you meant in the SEC. Okay. All right, so under the 608, but a lofty goal for Josh Heupel and the Volunteers there. Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life. Let's see what's on Rockstar's screen tonight.
Hey, we've got a new 2023 Crimson and White fine art calendar featuring Daniel A. Moore images from Alabama National Championships. Each calendar includes free removable 8x10 lithographic bonus print of Moore's newest work, The Legacy Begins. The watercolor painting pays homage to the first Alabama National Championship played against the Washington Huskies at the storied Rose Bowl back in 1926. If you order by tomorrow, you can receive a special pre-publication offer of $5 on each calendar. You can go online to danielmooreart.com to order today. That's from our friends at New Life Art.
640 on HDNet. Since football's right around the corner, why not have one of the greatest football movies of all time? Necessary Roughness from 1991. It's got a weird cast. Scott Bakula, Rob Schneider, Robert Loggia, Kathy Ireland, Jason Bateman. Sinbad. Evander Holyfield. Just an interesting cast.
I've never seen it.
It's a good bad movie.
I've never even seen a minute of it.
Yeah, it's a good bad movie. Then 9 p.m. on A&E, which loves to do interesting. They got a new series tonight, Inmate to Roommate. Spotlights former convicts that are released from prison, re-enter society, and move in with people they barely know. Would you be interested in that? Getting a roommate?
I would not be interested in that roommate. Yeah. Although one of our viewers, who is also guard at a local women's prison, was at our kickoff party the other night and reminded me that the ladies in there like me.
Okay, good.
So that was another reminder.
Did you tell them about your hotel room?
What are you looking at?
That's not even a humble brag.
No, it's a women's prison.
Yeah, but
I mean, if I brag that, you know what? He runs the modeling agency for Russian models, and he reminds me all his clients like me. I just literally said the ladies
Look at Dunaway's face.
I know. I mean, I don't know why you think I'm bragging.
No, you could drop Steve Buscemi in there and he'd get raped.
Exactly. It's not a brag. This is a women's prison. I'm not exactly.
I didn't get to catch up with them the other night.
I didn't see them there either.
I saw them. I waved hey, but I never got over there.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him there, so I was starting to really question whether he was just fabricating the fact that they had showed up just to remind us that he didn't.
No,
that he was the
reminded
best.
Me.
The favorites of the women
Don't
inside
worry,
prison.
everybody's got a market.
Yes. Can Taylor do a poll right now? I know she was doing something else a minute ago. Let's do a Cowan Equipment poll. Is Brown saying that he's popular in a women's prison a brag or not?
Yes.
Brag or no brag?
It's going to be like a 98%.
Well, MJ's right. It's a brag. It's just a bad one.
Well, I mean, I don't mean it as a brag.
Yeah. Tripp's right. Orange is the new brown.
And one final thing. This is actually listener viewer submitted. 7 p.m. on PBS. It's got a local flavor, unrivaled. In 1899, Sewannee's mountaintop football team played the South's first 12-game season. They went 12-0 and incredibly traveled 2,500 miles by steam locomotive, playing in an astonishing 5 games in 6 days. The story of the Sewanee Tigers and their season stars Kirk Herbstreit, Nick Saban.
Yep. This is supposed to be
Phil
really
Savage
good. Yeah, Phil Savage is. Yeah, Phil's in it because Phil texted me about this, and I wish I had remembered. I didn't realize it was already coming out. But Phil texted to give me a heads up on this because he's got a role in it.
Oh, so this is not like it is a documentary.
Yeah, it's a documentary. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not actually playing like parts in this.
No.
I was about to say.
Saban is playing badass number 1.
Okay, of course.
So you thought Nick Saban was
the headliner?
You thought Nick Saban was going to be the $18.99 bartender?
I mean,
hey boys, what you drinking tonight?
Got the towel over his shoulder.
Well, and Bobby Bowden.
Yeah.
I mean, God rest his soul. I mean, obviously he can't be in it.
No, Phil's in it. Phil played, for those that don't know that, at the University of the South, which is what it's called now, but Sewanee is where Phil played college ball, so he's got a role in it.
There is some actors though, because Aubrey Black is playing a Sewanee player.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Not really talking. Are you going to answer the question?
I'm going to assume there's probably some reenactments.
I wonder if Phil knows my good buddy Mike Mondelli, because Mondelli was a captain for Sewanee for years.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I knew he was a big Tennessee fan. I didn't know he played at Sewanee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I've heard that's really good, actually.
Yeah, I would definitely check that out. Yeah. Can you imagine what that train smelled like, though? 5 games in 6 days?
Man.
Woo, put those pads back there in the cattle car.
What?
The cattle car.
Cut up another one, boys. Steaks tonight. We beat Alabama.
And I thought it was bad riding a train from Kansas City to St. Louis.
Yep.
5 games
business class.
5 games in 6 days.
I kind of wish, part of me kind of wishes Sewanee had done the bare minimum to still be an SEC school. Like if they had just moved up the levels over the years, they would have had to have moved up. Like they do, they make even less effort than Vanderbilt.
Well, I was about to
just
say,
to see what it'd be like.
Couldn't be any worse than Vanderbilt.
Yeah. I mean, Vandy is Sewanee North. Isn't
I
it?
guess so. I don't know. Almost the same part of the country, too.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching by our friends at New Life Art. When we come back, let's do this. When we come back, I've got 10 names in college football. Some coaches, some players. Tell me where they'll be next year. Okay? You see what I'm saying?
10 names, coaches and players. I'll tell you where they are.
Yeah.
Right?
Could be studio, could be new job, could be NFL, could be transfer portal.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give you here's a good example. Jalen Milroe at Alabama. Okay,
all right.
He's not on my list, but if I say he's not one of my 10, but if I say Jalen Milroe
starting at Alabama,
you think
next year I'd say he's starting at Alabama.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I've got 10 names like that, but where will they be? Like Hudson Card, where will he be next year?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. And some of them are coaches, so. All right. Yeah, MJ agrees with you, Brown. He thinks he's the Alabama starter next year, and that's the role he's playing right now for sure.
He's the backup.
Yeah. All right. That when we come back, and a lot more still to come right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1 or callwaynes.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
All right, here we go. Part of the show brought to you by Dr. B, and then I've got 12 names now. We added 2. These guys haven't heard them. I'm going to throw them out of the throw them out on the fly, and we're going to project where they are next year. Come up with a cool name, Rockstar, of what this segment is after he tells us about Dr. B.
Hey, with age, unfortunately for most, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting. We went over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
The name Game Plus.
No.
Well, it's because everything's Digit Plus now.
That's true.
Everything is plus.
Yes.
Where will they be a year from now? And some of these are coaches. Some of them are hot seat coaches. Some of these are players. And usually they all have eligibility except for one. And I'll start with that one, Bryce Young of Alabama, who will have eligibility left. We all think he'll be in the NFL. I want you to project who will be bad enough needing a quarterback that you think Bryce Young will be drafted by when it's all said and done. Anybody got a guess? Type of team Bryce Young will end up with?
I could see Detroit have to start over. They've got this ridiculous contract.
Don't you have to start over?
Yeah.
Always starting over.
No.
It's a full, It's a full reboot.
You flooded the engine, Pearl.
Teams like Atlanta and Carolina
I got one for you.
went quarterback kind of later.
I got one for you. The Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I could see that.
Trying to it's got a lot of Russell Wilson in him. Russell's bigger.
Yeah.
Both kind of short guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and the New York Giants would be one.
Giants too, yeah.
New Orleans Saints could have a good enough season where they fall out of the Bryce window.
Well, I'll tell you, a really good and I think the Colts would fall out of the Bryce window. The Colts, it looks like they've done these one and dones for a couple of years now. Matt Ryan, not going to be there a long time. The Colts have a good enough roster. If they could somehow get into the Bryce Young sweepstakes, could be a really good team.
Could be a really good team to go to. All right.
Oh, and the Texans, because Davis Mills is not going to be the quarterback of the future.
DJ Uiagalelei.
I think he will be in the transfer portal.
Ooh. But that kind of conflicts with you think he's going to have a good year this year. But you think there'll be pressure to Klubnik on the field?
I do.
Dabo says it's the best quarterback room he's ever had. Now, again, quarterback room doesn't mean, obviously.
Talks about everybody at that point.
He's had Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence starting. That was a pretty good room. I don't care who the backups were.
Yeah.
In fact, Trevor Lawrence's backup was DJ. That's a pretty good quarterback room to start with.
But if DJ struggles at all to begin the season, Klubnik's going to be the guy.
He will be draft eligible, by the way. Uiagalelei will.
Yeah, so, if he has an incredible bounce-back year, they go to a college football playoff. He's got the size. He's got the skill set. We've seen it before. We just didn't see it last year, that he would be a drafted guy.
Just a media guy here. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to go. I'll go transfer portal, though.
Transfer portal for you. I think he will be back at Clemson one more year.
I'm going to say NFL. I think he's going to have a good enough year he gets drafted.
Interesting. Big Ten media rights earlier today was our opening segment. $1 billion a year. That includes Fox, NBC, and CBS. Gary Danielson.
This is interesting because, as I point out on Twitter, CBS went to great lengths to never have an SEC guy doing SEC games. Great lengths. Todd Blackledge, who's fantastic, played at Penn State. He was replaced by Gary Danielson, who played at Purdue. You wonder, do they keep that same stance now that they got Big Ten games? Or are they like, no, we can't use a Big Ten guy. Let's go get Aaron Murray or somebody like that. I'm going to say Gary Danielson's retired.
Yeah, it's a good breakup point for Gary Danielson, who I don't know has a great Q rating or not. I don't know if he does or not. I know how SEC fans feel.
They don't like him.
Yeah. Here's a hot seat coach, Herm Edwards.
I think he retires.
Yep, I think Coach retires. Oh, yeah.
Maybe back to TV.
Maybe back to ESPN.
Yeah, could you see him back in the ESPN studios?
Yeah, I could. I think he's very well liked there, and they've got a endless NFL analyst, as much money as they spend on the NFL.
Here's one I think is interesting. Mark Stoops.
I'll still say Kentucky.
I'll say Kentucky, too. I think he has another 9 or 10 win season. I think he is beloved there, and he just got a raise. I don't know how much more money he can make. It would be interesting. I'm trying to figure out elite jobs that could possibly open up after this year.
Well, I mean, he has strong ties to Florida State, but he would have to take a pay cut.
It's a significant pay cut right now. I think he's making $2 million more than Mike Norvell.
Yeah, I don't think he, unless they would make sure that they matched him.
Or even exceeded. You can't just leave for a match. I know it's a better job.
But, from Lexington to Tallahassee, I would say the cost of living is about the same.
About the same.
But
you get a better job.
You get a tax break.
Well, that's true. There is no state income tax.
Easier to recruit at Florida State, I assume. Iowa, at some point, Kirk Ferentz is going to retire.
I'm trying to figure out this Iowa job because I know another name that's going to come up in the Big Ten that would make sense going to Iowa, but I don't know how good of a job Iowa is.
Yeah. Here's another successful coach, PJ Fleck.
That's what I was going to say. Iowa is optic-wise, the better job in the Big Ten than Minnesota. But if you're PJ Fleck, do you actually leave Minnesota to go to Iowa?
But on today's news, with how much money these schools are about to get, if I'm Minnesota and want to keep him, the money is endless now.
You're right.
Some interesting things over there. Kerry says most people think it's Nebraska for Stoops. Tripp says Stoops to Auburn. What a great hire for Auburn that would be.
Hey, it would be a great hire for Auburn. And I cannot believe I'm about to say the words I'm about to say. And we can do a poll if you want. Mark Stoops has a better job at Kentucky than Nebraska.
Yeah.
The Kentucky job is.
I thought you were about to say Auburn. I was going to disagree with that.
No, I mean, it's closer than it has been now. But the Kentucky job is better than the Nebraska job.
I'll say this about Stoops, and I'm not saying he's afraid of pressure at all. But there's so much more pressure at Auburn than Kentucky. Again,
Nebraska.
He's on cruise control right now.
He is, but sometimes that can get boring. Michigan, if Harbaugh goes back to the pro.
What, Stoops to Michigan?
Yeah, or PJ Fleck, either one of those. Yeah. Interesting. Top of the hour. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. We'll do on the other side and talk some more of the college football big stories that are out there. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Heating, cooling, and plumbing, LT. I mean, those are 3 things. If you're a homeowner, you know when one of those 3 things go bad, it ruins your day unless you know Adam and Chad.
Yeah, randomly this stuff happens. It happened to me the month we started. So a year ago, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there. The ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. LancesLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at LancesLock.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
11 o'clock hour, the Champy's hour here on the show as we start the second half of the show. Run through the headlines here, but first let me right now, Brownie, if you could go to Sterling's Place at Champy's world famous fried chicken and get an order today. Do you need to see a menu?
Nope.
You have it memorized? What would you order today?
Well, I mean, I'm going to start with an appetizer of those Mississippi Delta tamales. I cannot go there without getting those.
Automatic.
Then I think I would get, I'll probably go 4-piece chicken tenders with baked beans. I love their baked beans there. That's probably what I go with.
I would drop the fries. I'd go the 4 hand-cut tenders with baked beans, and the coleslaw was fantastic when I was there.
4 tamales, coleslaw, baked beans.
Yeah. Well, we were starting off with tamales with an appetizer.
No.
Now, literally.
That's my entree.
Yeah, literally, Jim, at this point, I don't even have to look at the menu. Sterling could throw a dart and bring whatever the dart hits up here, and I would eat every bit of it.
Yeah.
I'm freaking starving right now.
Yeah, which is part of the Champy's Hour every day.
Right.
They're open for lunch. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Before we get back to where will they be next year, Stephen writes in, Stoops will stay at Kentucky. Go Cats. That was the initial answer from both of you, is that he'll stay.
I think he will.
And that's how good the Kentucky job has gotten, right?
I mean, it is. The Kentucky job's the best it's ever been right now. You're able to at least win games, go to bowl games. There's never been an immense amount of pressure, and now you're getting paid top 20 pay probably. So what's not to like about the Kentucky job?
I'm trying to guess. You guys help me out. They've won 10 games twice in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
How many other SEC teams have done that? You know Alabama has.
Alabama has. I don't even think LSU has.
Georgia
have they?
has.
Georgia, Alabama.
I think Florida has.
Tennessee hasn't done it since Phil Fulmer.
No. Auburn has not.
A&M has not. Auburn has not. Arkansas has not. I mean, it's pretty elite company, yeah.
The biggest story today in college athletics is the $1 billion television deal that the Big Ten announced, $1 billion a year running through 2030 that will involve broadcast on Fox, CBS, and NBC. So double headers next year, 7 weeks out of the year of SEC and Big Ten on CBS. NBC will have double headers starting next year of Notre Dame football in the Big Ten. Best thing about that contract, rotating years on who will host the Big Ten championship game on the network. And Fox doesn't always get the first pick. Sometimes it'll be the best game on CBS or NBC. So really a very NFL model television deal there for that. Jordan battled injury last night, was not reported by anyone or anything, but a lot of you were talking about it on social media. What we know through sourcing is what are you comfortable at saying, Brown?
I'm comfortable at saying sources tell us it was an ankle injury that is not expected to be serious or season-ending. There was a rumor last night that he was carted off. I don't know if that's true or not, but as I pointed out that guys get carted off, and that's not always season-ending. McCole Hardman, as I pointed out, was a good example of that. Those weren't rumors. The media saw him carted off, and it's a groin injury.
Yeah, I got a text, too, that it is not serious.
Yeah, so I think from separate sources, I know whose Lance's source is, and those are different sources that are hearing the same thing.
So we're double-sourced
Double-sourced on that one.
I like that. And then Adam Schefter, Forrester, clued us in on this at the end of the last break. Adam Schefter is reporting that Deshaun Watson will miss 11 games this year. 11 games.
And the largest fine in NFL history.
What is the fine number?
$5 million.
$5 million fine, 11 games.
Largest player fine.
Now, is this the ruling from the arbitrator in New Jersey, the appeal, or is this an agreement that the NFL and Watson have agreed to?
NFL and the Players Association
have agreed to?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this should be the final ruling.
That's right. So they've agreed to this. I'm going to miss 11 games, which leaves me for the final 6 games of the regular season and any playoffs if that happens for the Browns.
The irony of all of this, and I say irony, this feels like the league wanted it this way. I don't know if you guys think, do you know who their Week 13 opponent is when he'll be eligible to return?
Please don't say it's the Texans.
It is the Houston Texans. I mean, doesn't that look like the league was like, yeah, we really want 12, but we also would love for him to have to play against Houston. Let's do 11.
Yeah, I think by that point, Jacoby Brissett is a nice 2. I think they're probably out of it.
You think so?
Yeah.
You don't think Brissett can keep them at 500 or slightly above 500?
Let's say they're 5-6.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're 5-6, I mean, you go with Watson either way, though, right? You're paying him all this money. It doesn't matter what the record is. I mean,
you beat the Texans 6-6. You got to go to the Bengals. Tough game. Got Ravens, Saints, at Commanders, at Steelers. Schedule gets tough down the stretch.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're 11-0, you go to Deshaun Watson. I don't care if you're 11-0. I mean, if you're 11-0, 0-11, you still play Deshaun Watson as soon as he's eligible, don't you?
Yes. I mean, you say that. If Jacoby Brissett is playing like an MVP, you don't.
I mean,
no, you're right. If they are winning and behind Jacoby Brissett, you ride that out.
Yeah, the example would be, and this is a worse example because Trent Green was not Deshaun Watson.
Right.
If Trent Green could have come back during that Rams season when Kurt Warner was scorching it, you don't bring Trent Green.
A really good example is the Georgia Bulldogs last year. Stetson Bennett was on a heater, and they rode it to the end. JT Daniels, arguably, with a better quarterback.
Yeah. The problem is you're paying $230 million for a guy.
And Tripp is right. He can't practice with the team during the suspension. It wouldn't matter if Brissett's the starter. He gets all the reps in an NFL practice anyway. I mean, you're going to get very few reps as the number 2.
Those headlines brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Bears and Seahawks kick off the weekend tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN, the only exhibition game tonight where you should get a lot of starters, including Justin Fields. No Drew Lock, who's out with an illness related to the COVID virus that is out there. All right, so those are the headlines. Let's get back to the where will they be next year? And we've done 6 already. Herm Edwards, we think maybe back at ESPN, not coaching anymore. DJ Uiagalelei, I say still at Clemson. LT says transfer portal. Brown says in the NFL. PJ Fleck from Minnesota. We think nobody said he stays at Minnesota, right? You think he goes where?
No, I think he stays in Minnesota.
Oh, you do?
Again, Brown brought up the money the Big
Yeah.
Ten's about to hit, and I think PJ Fleck's already making $3.5 to $4 million.
I think PJ Fleck's the next head coach at Michigan.
Well, is Harbaugh going back to the NFL in your world here?
Yeah, I got a text from Charlie Vitello. Please stop pushing Harbaugh back to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, he's at his height of popularity at Michigan right now. So I don't see them falling off enough, obviously, to get fired. You're not suggesting that at all.
No.
Yeah.
Bryce Young, we mentioned teams in the NFL like the Detroit Lions. You said the Seattle Seahawks.
Correct.
We did Gary Danielson with the new deal with the Big Ten and CBS. I think we all said either at CBS or retired. Retired was running the way. And then Mark Stoops was the guy that was interesting. Florida State will be interesting, but a lot of us said back at Kentucky. All right, so 6 others here. Gus Malzahn. We know UCF will be in the Big 12. What about Gus Malzahn?
I mean, I think he's still the next year is still the coach at UCF. He's not done anything that would get him a better job than that. In his time at UCF just yet.
But has he done enough to where maybe they make a change?
I mean, I don't know if you remember this, but back in the summer we had on the vocal columnist. I cannot say his name right now. Mike Bianchi.
Hayes? Oh, Mike Bianchi.
No, Mike Bianchi, who said he's very popular among UCF fans. And Mike's in Orlando right there.
Yep.
I was a little surprised at Mike's answer, but I remember him saying that. So it'd have to be a pretty bad year to get him fired, I'd say. I mean, he's only in year 2.
Right. I don't think he's going to get fired.
So you say still at UCF?
Yeah, he's still at UCF.
Yeah,
the guy that replaced him, Brian Harsin. Next year, where do you think Brian Harsin is?
I think Brian Harsin is out of football.
I think Brian Harsin is an offensive coordinator at a Power 5 school.
I'll be the odd man out and say he's still at Auburn.
Okay.
I mean, Connor O'Gara, when he joined us earlier, you can see that podcast at YouTube. Like and subscribe, and also at nextroundlive.com. You could see Auburn being 5-0 going into the Georgia game, and Herb Street raving about him on game day, saying, "Look at Auburn sticking with Brian Harsin, and he's 5-0."
Yep.
So what did Connor have his final or Auburn's final record at?
Well, that's why I joked about the W's being stuck and then the L's being stuck. He had him at 6-6.
See, I just don't think 6-6 keeps him.
No,
around.
I don't. I would agree completely.
Another guy with Auburn ties, Bo Nix. Where's Bo Nix next year?
I think Bo Nix is still at Oregon. He would have a 5th year of eligibility thanks to the COVID year. I don't think he'll be in the NFL. I think he's still at Oregon. Is he the starter? I don't know, but I just don't think he'll transfer again.
Well, I think if Ty Thompson starts this year, Bo Nix is out. He's a competitor. I mean, he doesn't.
So you think he would transfer again?
I think he would transfer again.
Yeah, he does have a free transfer
He
left.
does?
He's a graduate transfer this year, so he's got a free transfer without having to sit out in his back pocket.
I'll say quarterback at Missouri. Seems like Drinkwitz loves to bring in these transfer guys.
Quarterback at Missouri.
Unless Drinkwitz is on the list, in which case I don't think he's at Missouri to bring him in.
He is not on the list.
Okay.
Bill O'Brien is, though. What about Bill O'Brien?
Bill O'Brien will be...
Could have been the OC of the Patriots, but Bill Belichick did not want to take him away from Nick Saban, the 3 of them good friends, and they made a commitment there.
I think Bill O'Brien stays another year.
At Alabama?
I do.
I'm going to say somewhere else.
I'll say NFL offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Patriots, maybe.
Maybe the Patriots. I think Bill O'Brien, I think he'll want to be a head coach again. I don't think, and he had success at Houston. He was a bad general manager.
Yes.
But,
he was a playoff coach.
Yeah, he was a playoff coach for the Houston Texans.
And based on circumstances, had success at Penn State.
Yeah,
I mean that was a mess.
Based on the mess he took over, I think they were, 7-5 a couple of years? That was a pretty good job, really. 14-10 in 2 years.
If Mike Norvell doesn't work out, that could be a good place for him.
Maybe so.
Doesn't have to take a pay cut like Mark Stoops.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good spot. I had not thought of that. But, yeah, if Mike Norvell doesn't work out, you look at a guy that's had some success, known as a good offensive coach,
that weird job that's going to come open pretty soon probably is USF again, right? Because the the kid,
Jeff Scott?
Yeah, Jeff Scott, who left Clemson. Is
Boy,
just
that job
program's
has
lost
fallen
its
way
traction,
off.
man.
Way off. Yeah, that's just that would be a tough job right now.
I think we forget how good of a job Jim Leavitt did there.
Yeah. But would you leave being the OC at a place like Alabama to try to start rebuilding that?
No. I mean, you're making too much money, and you know you're going to be successful, so you wait and pick your spot.
Yeah, and one thing about USF is they don't have a landing spot right now in the realignment.
I mean,
UCF is going to the Big 12. They've got a landing spot.
To me, both Jeff Scott and Tony Elliott pick weird spots to go from Clemson.
Yeah.
Venables did it right.
Oh, he went to a top 10 job.
Yeah, Kirby Smart did it right.
Yeah, but I want to real quick go back to Florida State. It's just so interesting to me, an interesting dynamic. And we're personal friends with the Florida State athletic director, so I'm not pulling for chaos here. But I would like to see this decision have to be made. The more success Deion Sanders has at Jackson State, the more he looks like a legitimate college football coach.
They are a preseason top seven FCS team this year.
And if he continues to recruit well at Jackson State and wins games and they look legitimate, I mean, if you're Florida State, how do you not at least consider the greatest player that's ever played at your school?
Well, you think about the swagger that he could bring back to that program.
Yeah. You looked like I overstated greatest player ever to play at your school.
I was just thinking of Charlie Ward.
Warwick Dunn. Yeah. There have been some really good ones, but I'd say Deion.
Yeah, Derek Brooks.
Derek Brooks is where I was going to go. Greatest buck ever.
Chris Winkie.
I think
Winkie was really good.
Deion Sanders.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds. Lee Corso.
Yeah.
Peter Warwick.
No,
Peter Warwick.
I'm not pretending they haven't been great ones. I'm just saying, Deion was really, really good. Jameis Winston. I mean, Jameis Winston has to be in that discussion.
Yeah, Heisman Trophy
Yeah.
winner.
JT Daniels. Where's he next year?
I mean, I assume he's going to be the starting quarterback at West Virginia.
Seems like it, yeah. And he would have eligibility left after this year, I think.
Who knows?
Yeah, I know it is very confusing, but everybody gets that extra year.
But
I'll say he's still at West Virginia.
He got an extra year and then an extra year.
Yeah, I don't even know, man.
But if JT Daniels has a good year at West Virginia, how can you look at JT Daniels and Will Levis and say, I'd not rather have JT Daniels? I mean, where's this? I don't understand the Will Levis love is what I'm saying. So
more interesting, where's Will Levis next year?
Was he on the list?
He's not, but he's
in our commercial break.
He's a first-round pick. That's what everybody says.
I would go stake he's not a first-round pick.
I would not take that bet because I don't want to cheer for it. Neil Brown, head coach at West Virginia, a guy who did a wonderful job at Troy, but this becomes a very big year for Neil, right?
It does, but if JT Daniels has a good year, I think Neil Brown's probably still the West Virginia coach.
You know, if I'm a West Virginia fan, why can't it be us in the Big 12? Because I look around, Baylor after a 2-win season, they win the Big 12. Oklahoma State had an average year. They had every opportunity to go to a college football playoff. West Virginia's got enough history. They've got enough talent there. Yeah. Why can't they compete for the Big 12?
I was about to say I'm really excited about the backyard brawl. I do this at this point of the year every year. Anytime a game comes up that I know is a week one game, I'm like, man, I am so intrigued by that game.
Yeah.
But the backyard brawl is an intriguing game.
I think it's week one. Check me on this. But another intriguing game is North Carolina in Boone, North Carolina against Appalachian State.
How did they agree to that?
A road game at App State where I think it's going to be sold out. And
I would hope.
Yeah, Appalachian State's done a pretty good job, much like Boise did, of bringing in some big teams. I mean,
they got Miami to come there several years ago.
Mark Rick and Miami came there.
Yeah.
Is that week one?
It's yeah. And here's the interesting thing. Much like Florida State, Appy State gets a tune-up. No, North Carolina gets a tune-up. Yeah. They play FAMU. That's my apologies. FAMU. Yeah, they're at Appalachian State Saturday, September 3rd.
Week 2.
North Carolina, week 0 plays FAMU. Boy, Appy State starts with
week 1 though. You said week 0, week 1 for North Carolina.
Yeah, week 0
in App State.
So stupid. North Carolina for Appalachian State to start the season, and then they're at A&M, Texas A&M, week 2. Yep. That is a tough start right there, man.
App State though, can they beat North Carolina? Maybe.
At home, yeah, they could beat North Carolina.
That'll be chaos in beautiful Boone, North Carolina.
It will be. Well, that's a fun game. Thanks for giving me the heads up, Jim. Saturday, September 3rd, 11 o'clock ESPNU kick. Early Saturday.
Yeah, right out of Not Game Day.
Right out of ESPNU's version of Game Day.
All right. That's where they're going to be. Part of the show today being brought to you by Nichols. Where you are right now is out on the lake or river still fishing or the ocean.
Absolutely.
Or the Gulf.
And big things are happening all across the store, Nichols Outfitters and Pelham. How about big safes, by the way? Browning and Champion safes are in stock and on display at Nichols Outfitters.
Oh, like gun safes?
Yep. Gun safety is paramount, Jim, at Nichols, and gun storage plays right into that. It is not just gun storage. Safely secure your valuables, cash, gold, heirlooms, anything requiring additional security. Check through the new safety display room. Now at Nichols Outfitters, find the best safe for your home. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham, online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Do you know our friends at Crocker Moving they were moving a big gun safe yesterday?
I saw that. Yeah, it was a friend of ours. It was our buddy Leland Whaley.
It was.
It was.
99.5. I did not see it yesterday. I just saw the Crocker guys who were at our party said, "Oh, we're moving Leland's gun safe tomorrow."
Yeah, I saw it. I can't remember. I don't know.
I wasn't going to say his name. I didn't want to,
to
get out there that he had a big safe.
Well, I think he put it out on social media. I think that's where I saw it.
To show you how not a gun guy I am. When they said, "Yeah, we're moving Leland's safe," and I said, "Man, I know Leland stacks that money, but he's got a big safe
big
that takes you guys to move."
Yeah,
and they were like,
"What would you put in yours? Your imaginary friends?"
They were like,
"Hey guys,
it's a gun safe, Jim." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I was picturing the 3 to the right, 2 to the left,
that's
3 to the
No,
center.
none of ways doing the old
the big
old
open up
Price
thing.
is Right game where you had to twist the big wheel.
No, I mean my safe is going to be a big one. You got to walk in, like.
Yeah.
Pull off some stacks.
Stacks off a steak bed.
Stacks of cash.
Yeah.
Pay off a steak bed.
I think Leland said it was 1,000-pound safe.
Yeah,
that's what he told me.
Yeah, it's good moving there. All right, is that the end of Nichols?
That is the end of Well, I mean, they're still in business.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
they're
they've got
open.
safes.
That was the end of the read I'm doing for
to
them.
go full circle.
Right.
They've got safes right there. All right, 9 days away from college football. Braves back in action, finishing that season up with the Mets tonight. And big injury for Vandy. If you are a Vandy fan, and there's some of you out there, they lose their best edge rusher so far in camp. Miles Capers goes down with a knee injury. He is lost for the season. All right, when we come back, it is time for Trash today. But the reports are official now. Deshaun Watson will miss 11 games. The NFL and the NFLPA have announced now jointly today that they are on the same page when it comes to punishing Deshaun Watson. 11 games, $5 million fine, and then it is over with for him, and he can come back into the National Football League. We come back with Trash after this quick timeout.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Back with you on the Next Round. Trash in just a second with LT. Brownie will come back in here and tell us about the wonderful day we had on the golf course with some friends in just a second. But I want to tell you about the folks we were just talking about in the last segment, my friends at Crocker Moving Services. Crocker Moving Services, the people we all use for all of our residential and commercial moving, and the place you should use as well. And they'll even pack up your belongings, which is a fantastic service, and move them anywhere in the continental United States. And one of the things I love about Crocker Moving Services, they use made in the USA equipment and made in the USA supplies and material wherever possible. That's one of the things that the ownership group there believes in. And the owner himself is Eric Crocker. And one thing I love about Eric is he's the kind of guy, when he started this company, he wanted to use veterans whenever possible. He's a veteran himself, a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. He puts his name on the company. It's a family name, right? The Crocker name, Crocker Moving Services, and that raises the expectations of everybody. Eric and his operation manager, Drew, committed to doing this right. They have over 35 years of moving experience. In fact, Drew was Eric's crew leader on Eric's first day at a big national moving company back in the day, and that's how they came up with this business model. Crocker Moving Services will move you anywhere in the continental United States. How do you get in contact with them? It is real easy to do. CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. Check them out online. When it comes time for you to move, both at home or with your business, remember the name Crocker, Crocker Moving Services. One more time, just the great folks at Dr. Pepper and a couple of guys we played golf with yesterday out at Brent Brook. Just want to give them a shout out one more time, Brown, before we do trash here. Just a terrific day on the golf course.
It really was. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. That's my bad, Rockstar. We had a lot of fun. Brian Fant was our winner. He is the guy, as you look at the photo if you're on video, third from the left there, next to Dunaway. His buddy Adam with us. We had fun at Bent Brook. They do a tremendous job. Mickey Smith and the entire crew at Bent Brook, just fabulous host. Buffalo Rock, Dr. Pepper. having us out there. They were the ones that did this whole contest going back to the U.S. Open, and Brian was the winner. And we finally got a date on the calendar that worked for everybody. Went out and enjoyed 18 great holes at Benbrook. And I want to give Brian credit. He lives in Gadsden, so he had to make that's probably a good hour and a half drive over to Benbrook. And the weather was iffy yesterday, and we were like, buddy, you got to make the drive. You decide. And his last communication with us is, I'm pushing through. We're going to get 18 in. And we did, man,
Yeah.
and it was a very nice day.
Yeah, partly sunny by the time we
I know.
finished.
Yeah, and cool, man. Not as hot as normal.
So no rain at all.
No, it's we ran into our buddy Chris Stewart, the voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, and his son Hudson, and I stuck around and talked with he and Hudson, and it started sprinkling a little bit. But the whole time we were on the course, not a drop of rain.
Yeah,
and I would not have bet on that.
Yeah, really good. Great to spend time with them, and thanks again to Dr. Pepper for their relationship with us and having a chance for a couple of our viewers to have a great day on the golf course. All right, time for trash. You ready to do this, Rockstar?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go hit it.
I mean, you're the one that's got the big button, man. Can you find it? Ready? Hit that thing.
The line is baked in a buttery, flaky crust.
Baked on a buttery crust. Baked on a buttery, crispy crust.
Damn, flaky.
I thought it was flaky. Baked in a buttery flavored crust. Crust.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, inflation out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149% in the past few decades. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. How about this headline? Man shoots sleeping wife with a crossbow while she's on the couch.
Jeez.
Accidentally?
I don't know if you can accidentally shoot somebody on a couch sleeping with a
No,
crossbow.
I mean, if you're cleaning your crossbow and it's got an arrow in it, and you accidentally point at the old lady.
Tommy Spina might be able to argue for you.
I mean, Tommy can get you off this.
So the incident occurred approximately 1:13 a.m. on Wednesday morning. This is in Alterna, Iowa. They responded to a report that a woman had been shot. The victim, later identified as 68-year-old Lillian Dennison, was reportedly on a sofa when her husband approached her with a crossbow and shot her as she slept. Authorities say that Dennison was taken to a local area hospital and treated for minor injuries that she suffered in the attack. She was released, expected to survive. Her husband managed to flee the scene of the crime after he allegedly shot her, but was located 9 hours later. Can you get a picture of this guy? Just pull it real quick, Rock.
I mean, can you imagine being asleep on the couch and what wakes you up is a bow from a crossbow going in your chest?
I'm going to tell you real quick.
They found him 90 hours later at his girlfriend's house?
It is Abe Lincoln meets John McEnroe.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, really? So
Yeah.
it's Abe Lincoln.
Oh, my goodness.
I just caught a glimpse. He's right.
Oh, my goodness.
Lance is so good at this. Yeah, there's a lot of Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, I would go back and trace his tracks.
Yeah.
I think there may be more incidents in the past with other people around the
Hey,
country.
no possible motives. I'm just going to say he hates her. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I mean, more Abe Lincoln than I think I've ever seen in anybody. Like if Lunsford photoshopped the top hat on him, it'd be spot on.
You know what? He looks tired.
Yeah,
Tired Abe Lincoln.
That's why he did it.
Well, he's been alive since like 1860.
Yes.
He woke up on the wrong side of the mirror.
Oh,
How old was Abe when he got killed?
Did
Right?
it?
Spoiler.
I think he was 63.
63. So that's probably about what he looked like. That guy looks about 63.
I mean,
doesn't
look at his neck area. I mean, as I get
He's
older, is
68.
my neck going to start caving in like that?
Yeah, you get chicken neck.
That's not chicken neck. I mean, that's
well, I mean, this old boy looks like he's probably lost a lot of weight.
56.
Abe was 56 when he died.
Mm-hmm.
And this old boy's how old?
68.
68?
But I mean, that's about, in today's
Yeah, I bet
years.
you that's what Abe Lincoln looked like. But you had a little gray in the beard.
I promise you, Sterling, keep feeding me chicken fingers. Do not ever let my neck look like that. I'd rather have fat neck than that neck.
He needs to see Dr. B. move some of that from the front, from the back to the front.
I
Right?
mean, it's healthy in the back, though.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
how curly it is. Yeah.
He's got a full-out perm in the back.
Very unkempt.
Yeah, it is quite unkempt.
Police arrested 2 people in Sandusky, Ohio, Sunday after visitors at the Cedar Point were riding the giant wheel. Reported to police that they got more than they paid for. This is the giant wheel. Now, according to the police, man and woman, both 32-year-olds, were spotted in the act by 4 riders in another car. And in the act, you know what I'm talking about. When police confronted the man and woman about the incident, the woman told police that she had dropped a pack of cigarettes while on the ride.
It happens.
Bent over, and the man, quote, helped her, initially denying
and over.
the allegation.
Are those Marlboros?
Listen, I don't have a harness, but this should hold you up.
Witnesses told
It's a safety harness.
Don't lift the bar.
Witnesses told police they saw the couple's genitals and the cart shaking, and the two being watched laughed about it but continued having intercourse. According to the report, the couple later admitted they did have sex on the ride. They were charged with public indecency.
Okay.
I'll admit it, yes.
Did she get her cigarettes or what?
So,
after Rocky.
I'm not trying to brag here, but I was talking to somebody, Jim, at the kickoff party, the birthday party the other night.
Oh, I thought you were about to tell me that the biggest fantasy of the prison women is you and them in a Ferris wheel.
Well, they wouldn't care. It's only a first-degree misdemeanor. So.
What are you going to do? Take me home?
They don't even have to go 4 days in the hole at that point.
I just want my freedom. It's just a first-degree misdemeanor. No. Jeff, one of our listeners, told me this story. He goes, the minute I saw this story, I thought, if this doesn't end up on trash, Rockstar's not doing his job. And I said, Rockstar always does his job. This will be on trash in a heartbeat. That story's made for trash.
Now, I will tell you, if you ever dated anybody, you were on the Ferris wheel, when they're starting to unload people or load people up, you do steal a few kisses when you're on top and got a view of the city.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't.
Well, I tell you what, you've got to be in that early honeymoon stage where you can't keep hands off of each other. We do know a couple. So the big Ferris wheel outside of Phillips and
in Atlanta, yeah. Dunaway says it's the biggest terrorist.
Don't say that kind of stuff out loud.
Dunaway says it's the biggest terrorist. I've heard Dunaway say this no less than 15 times in multiple visits to Atlanta. Brown, it's the biggest.
I don't say it's the biggest. I say, you know why I never ride that? Sitting terrorist target.
I thought you said it's the biggest terrorist target in Atlanta.
No. The one in London, the Ferris wheel in London, which is one of the world's biggest, right? That's the one I would definitely not get on.
I don't love them. Anyway, I know a couple that had sex on the Atlanta one.
Oh, that is.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody else had to sit in that car.
I get it.
Did he play football in Sewanee?
Good.
No.
Lord.
Oh, wow.
My gosh. You can't tell the guy anything. You really can't.
His last name,
he didn't.
His last name rhyme with Blend?
I mean, he just brought it up on.
Just to clear it up, he did not.
Something that was brought up on this show. That wasn't even like a show 5 years ago that Lance said that. Hey, most overrated amusement park ride out there is the Ferris wheel. I mean, it's not fun. What is fun about that?
You're not doing it the way they did.
I don't drop my cigarettes.
Yeah, they made it fun.
Yeah. But don't you agree? That's an overrated ride.
Never liked it, no.
Yeah.
So the stadium tour that I went on featuring Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Poison, and Joan Jett.
Yep.
They say it is killing it. 4th largest grossing tour right now in the world. Over the course of 14 shows, the average number of tickets sold for each show is a little over 36,000. Now, the biggest number, though, is the average gross of the past 14 shows, which is a whopping right at $5 million per show.
Wow. I would have liked to have seen it.
It was great. I hate that Bret Michaels got sick.
I know.
But I will tell you, Motley Crue and Def Leppard were really good. I was upset Def Leppard didn't headline that night, but Motley Crue put on a show.
Did that shorten Def Leppard's time on stage, though?
No.
Okay.
Well, if Poison didn't play, they probably extended their set.
Yeah, they both extended sets.
I'm going to go with Lance. I'm going to do a Lance here. If Alex Cordry had a fat brother.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
You got it.
I nailed it, didn't I?
Yeah.
Wow.
Text her that.
Yeah, text her.
Texter Brown says, you could give it to me, but if Alex Cordry had a fat brother.
Or Alex at 70 with a lot of work.
Or not enough.
Yeah. I don't think Alex ever
Vince has got a lot of work.
Alex ain't going to look that
Joan
bad.
hadn't touched her face.
Yeah, you don't think?
Oh, my God.
I think I've been stretched, has it?
For the first time ever, Dunaway's being quiet.
It's not a shot at Alex.
No.
Alex is a very nice-looking girl. I'm just saying, if she had a fat brother, that's what it would look like.
I was trying to the Michaels guy. I was trying to did we buy anything from him during startup of our? Did he look like a? I have to tell you off there. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, we couldn't.
I don't get that one.
You went from A to J.
Yeah.
Anyway, some other. So that's the fourth largest grossing tour right now. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Coldplay, and Ed Sheeran. As for average gross, right now, Red Hot Chili Peppers $6.3 million per show.
It's him.
Coldplay $6 million and Ed Sheeran $6.3 million
per show.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. Put a red bandana and a little makeup on him.
Oh my God!
Would you put this red bandana on if you look like him?
We got a woman from China has filed a lawsuit against her coworker after he reportedly broke her ribs while hugging her too hard.
Don't have a picture of that.
Oh, man, that's a hard hug, though, if you're going to break a rib.
Now, the incident occurred in May of 2021 when the woman was talking to a coworker at her workplace. Mid-conversation, a male coworker approached the woman and hugged her too tight, which allegedly left her screaming in pain. She said the woman hugged her too hard at the point where she continued to feel chest pain after leaving work. Though she didn't seek help immediately, she applied hot oil on her chest, went to bed. A week later, she still experienced sharp pains at her chest. She went to the hospital for a checkup, where an x-ray revealed she had 3 broken ribs, 2 on the right side of her rib cage and 1 on the left. As a result, she had to take time off, spend money on medical bills. The woman also met her male coworker, and they tried to negotiate a settlement but couldn't work out an agreement. After the man claimed there was no proof that the injury was caused by his friendly hug, the woman eventually filed a lawsuit against him, asking compensation for her financial losses. They both went to court. Finally, the colleague was ordered to pay the woman $1,473.
You all know that guy. There's that one guy that's the aggressive hugger that almost picks you up. That's just, and it does feel like something. I think you cracked a rib. Like, I understand you're being funny, and like, but it's every time you got to try to pick me up.
Yeah, I do not like that. It's a good time before we do the next story. Forrester, bring up the Dodger broadcast video. Do you have that, Rockstar? Cut number 3. Cut number 3. Dodgers broadcast last night. Who's the guy? Is it Dave? Is that his name?
Dave Assay.
Yeah, Dave Assay is sort of their sideline reporter. They're in the crowd, fun guy who does things. And I'll let the Dodgers broadcast crew set this up since we're going. You got to wait till the end. It's 41 seconds long. Here we go.
Talking for 3 days about going down the slide here in Milwaukee. I've never heard somebody so excited about doing anything. And David did do it today. Watch.
All right, here we go. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!
And wait for it.
Strike on Muncy. Oh no. Okay. First, I want to report that he's okay.
Wait for it.
So, Dave.
and then Reed gave us an update. What was the damage?
He's got 3 broken ribs.
And then the arm's broken in 2 different places?
But he gets that arm trapped
he hit
under
it
him.
hard.
Yeah, he hits it hard.
Yeah. And then LT and I started doing the breakdown of when the mascot does it. First of all, he's padded.
That's number 1.
And it's bigger, so it's a slower slide.
That's right. And he does it every day, so he knows how to do it.
I will tell you, Miller Park is liable for this because why would you not have something down there, a padding to like
a little more padding? Yeah.
Well, there's nothing. Even if you go feet first, you're gonna break your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was. I think there is a little padding there at the end, but I don't think you get up to that speed when you're in the Brewers mascot.
Okay, we've got an eco-friendly couple say they spent just $10 a month on water bills after ditching toilet paper and reusing their shower water.
What do you do if you don't have toilet paper?
How can you reuse?
Why are you asking so many questions?
Why can you reuse shower water?
That's the one that jumped out at you?
Well, it's called a loo roll. So is that just a toilet?
A loo roll. Oh, so it's probably fabric that you wash.
I'm sure it's reusable.
No,
no, sir.
In a bid to cut costs, save the planet, Anna Macello and her husband, Diego, 29 years old, resorted to extra measures. They now save their shower water in a jar, cleaning it, reusing it to drink, cook, and water plants.
Oh, my God.
Now they're just spending $10 a month on water. Why don't they just get a job?
Yeah, I'll just spend a lot of money on the water. I don't really
They
care.
look happy as hell to me.
Well, I'd just go over to those ice caps and grab some more water for free.
Hey, are you old enough? Do you guys remember like old school bathroom? You used to go into it and it had the big white box, sometimes have a mirror in it, and it was just like fabric that rolled out,
and it was
you
the
wipe
same
your hands on it.
Back in, it just rolled in a
that
circle.
always freaked me out. I'm like, somebody else has wiped their hands on this.
It always reminded me of some fat guy's underwear.
Yeah.
I won't put my tidy whities here.
Well, you know, when I was a baby, I don't think we have disposable diapers, or at least we didn't.
They had to wash them?
I don't know if the world had them yet, but we did not have them. And you had to wash. You had to
You're in the
rewash.
mud puddle. You just shit in the puddle, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. Just run around naked.
They dip you.
There's
That was your bidet?
We got a bidet.
Yeah.
Wipe it.
Take the pot out and pour the pee out again, Jim. Another one?
Yeah, I got
thoughts?
one more. So Twitter
Shower thoughts.
has asked for annoying things coworkers do.
Yeah.
Okay.
First one, send you an email, then instantly walk over to your desk to tell you that they just sent
Hey,
you
I
an
sent
email.
you an email.
Everybody's.
Oh, no.
Did
how
y'all
about
just
this
add that one?
This is former. Walk in with a bucket of cologne around their neck.
Oh.
Or sharing the elevator with that person. You're just
Yeah,
like, oh,
man.
God.
That one, yeah.
How about leave cell phones unattended with the ringer on full blast?
I don't understand. Like, if you're in a restaurant or whatever, I never turn my ringer on. Ever.
Never on.
I usually don't. I mean, I have to turn it on. Don't I have to turn it on for my alarm to work in the morning?
No.
So I can leave it on silent during the night, and my alarm will go off and not silent?
Had an iPhone since 2007.
Yep. I know. Just learning this. Hey, it makes pictures too.
I thought Jimmy Current knew that.
Yeah.
I don't know everything. I don't know everything.
Okay, here's another annoying things coworkers do. When they type, it's as if the keyboard owes them money.
They hammer down on that thing.
Maggie says that's the way I eat a salad. She's like, good God, what did that salad do to you? Because
You guys are aggressive eaters.
I'll like stab my salad lettuce and get it on there.
I didn't know she went to walk-ons. Another one. Speak very loudly and don't have any idea what an indoor voice is.
Oof, yeah. What about the person you're talking to? And I'm loud. I think we're all loud because of what we do for a living. But when you're talking like in hushed tones, which is indicative if there's probably a reason I'm talking this quiet, and they just answer back at any volume they want to, I'm like, are you not paying attention? There's a reason I'm talking.
Sorry. Chambly just missed the putt there because of you. Yeah.
And our final annoying thing
Chambly.
coworkers do, Dunaway, you and I both do this. I don't think we're the only ones. Always complain about how too cold or hot it is in the office.
Yeah. They'll do it some.
If only there was a thermostat that could keep it at an even 70 degrees.
Yeah, let's put it at 70. Really tough.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. Mortgage Right knows rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. They've got a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products. Call Mortgage Right locally today, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, then this hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Stop by and see Sterling today and tell him we sent you champyschicken.com. Those specially made desserts as well, the caramel cake, perfect right there at champyschicken.com. Back in a moment with more college football next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the next round. A shout out to Steven, Kentucky fan, driving back from Tucson as we speak, listening to the show. And then, according to everybody in the chat room, Steven, by the time you get back to Kentucky, Mark Stoops will not still be there, apparently.
I think he will be. You'll find him in Kentucky.
Part of our show as you travel through America, brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, you can go right now, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and see these new toy haulers right there at Johnston RV Center. Great way to see America and see football games. Payments starting as low as $219 a month with approved credit. $219 a month right now with Johnston RV Center. See them for all the details. JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur.
We're going to sample a new Bud Light product coming up in the next hour while we do 4 Downs, too, with Rockstar. That'll be a good sample and 4 Downs combination coming up in a little bit. But our 40 and 40 team today, and we'll talk more with Pete Sampson about that, is the Notre Dame Fighting Irish at number 6. And our countdown is brought to you every day by our friends at Baumhauer's. Notre Dame, number 6 in our rankings, number 5 in the polls that matter. So sort of close. A lot of people think they're in for a you-know-what whooping in week 1, and then what happens to them. Let's talk about that as we do our 40 and 40, brought to you by Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer's celebrating 40 years right here in the great state of Alabama. He was the first to bring wings to the state back in 1981. Brought it to Wings and Things right there on the Strip. And they are celebrating with their Inflation Sucks menu. You can get incredible deals at Baumhauer's for lunch or dinner. Stop in, help celebrate 40 years with our friends at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, Notre Dame is in at number 6. And to me, you start off asking, all right, how do we replace a good quarterback? What do we do with skill players? And how do we replace Brian Kelly? Of all those things, I'm more scared about the players than I am replacing Brian Kelly.
Well, Brian Kelly, though, is an elite coach. We don't know what we get out of Marcus Freeman. He was a really good defense coordinator. He's done a great job recruiting. But to me, it's Brian Kelly, Kyle Hamilton, your best defensive player, and Kyron Williams, your best offensive player, who, by the way, now is L.A. Ram.
That's right.
All right.
But you lose 3 key parts to a team that went 11-2 last year. You do return 15 starters, but you don't know who your quarterback's going to be. Jack Cohn, the transfer from Wisconsin, played well, 25 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. It's going to either be Tyler Buckner or Drew Pine.
Well, they picked Buckner over the weekend, so we'll see if he holds on to the job. But obviously, it's down the stretch.
Yeah, but both of those guys do have some playing experience for the Irish. But when you start to look at the schedule, I mean, you open at Ohio State, you close at USC, and there are tough games in between. To me,
including Clemson.
Yeah, including Clemson. They do get Clemson in South Bend, but you've got BYU neutral site, which is a really difficult game. You got to go to North Carolina. I don't know what to expect from the Tar Heels. I think Boston College is going to be improved. To me, best case 10-2, worst case 7-5. I think this is an 8-4 team.
You mentioned replacing Brian Kelly. I don't want to wash over that. We've seen Marcus Freeman in one game he lost. We agreed that he kind of looked the part, but they did lose the game. I don't know. I'm not an old enough guy to have lived through a lot of Notre Dame coaches, but to me, Brian Kelly's the best Notre Dame coach of my lifetime. I don't know how good Ara Parsegian was.
No, he's really good.
Okay, I don't know how good Newt Rockne was.
I wasn't around for him.
I've heard that he was good. Frank Leahy.
Yeah.
But in my lifetime, Brian Kelly's the best coach Notre Dame's ever had. So I think
better than Jerry Faust.
Yeah, a little bit better than Jerry Faust. And a lot of people point at Lou Holtz. I say Brian Kelly's a better coach, in my opinion.
I agree.
A better coach than Lou Holtz. So it's the best coach that they've had.
Yeah, I think Holtz, won a national championship.
He did.
I think that college football was obviously a different era.
Completely
Notre Dame was a different program.
Yep. He had to rebuild Notre Dame.
Who?
Lou Holtz.
Yeah, because he took over. Did he take over straight for Faust?
Yeah, he had to rebuild Notre Dame. Talent was way down.
A lot of ways Kelly did too.
And rebuilt them to win a national championship. Notre Dame's been to a couple of playoffs. Kelly did a good job. I'd go Lou Holtz. Then I would put I'd go Ara Parsegian, Lou Holtz, then Brian Kelly.
If I put the over-under at 8.5 wins for Notre Dame, where do you go?
I would go under. I think they're an 8-4 team.
8.5?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'd go under.
I think 8-4 too, and I think Irish fans are going to be really disappointed.
I think they get beat badly in the first one. I think they lose to Clemson. I think they lose to USC. And I think they lose one along the way to
BYU,
a surprise. Yeah.
I mean, North
BYU,
Carolina,
my goodness,
Stanford, Boston College. I mean, take your pick.
That is Notre Dame and our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 in at number 6 today. Brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
And again, celebrating 40 years this year, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981, and they are celebrating with their Inflation Sucks menu. We all know inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Featured item of the week is the Nan Ranch BLT. It's Nan bread with crispy applewood smoked bacon, fresh shredded lettuce, vine-ripened tomatoes with a creamy scratch-made buttermilk ranch. Serve with a side of delicious curly Q fries. Only $8.99 for lunch or dinner. Get in, celebrate with Baumhauer at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I never knew how to say his name when he was at Alabama, and I'm going to butcher it here. Yabi Anoma, is that close?
Yabi Anoma, I think you got it.
5-star recruit, edge rusher when he came to Alabama.
He is now at Michigan after spending some time at Houston and an OVC program.
This is program 4 for him, right?
Yeah. He's got some eligibility left. 5-star edge rusher. He's going to try to get it right at Michigan this year. We'll see if Jim Harbaugh can get the best out of him. When we come back, Rockstar's got our 4 downs in the final hour. We'll talk to Pete Sampson about Notre Dame and maybe try out a brand new Bud Light product. All that still to come in the final hour of the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors. The popular Y'all Can Have the Rest or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back here for the final hour of the show. Rockstar's got our 4 downs here, but we are set up for a beer tasting here in just a second. Is that open okay? Yeah, I gave her a divot replacer.
A divot tool?
Yeah.
And that's what Haley's using to open the beer?
Versatile tool.
It is.
It really is. Explain to us what we're doing right here, LT, thanks to our friends at Bud Light as we roll into a new hour here.
So Bud Light, our friends at Birmingham Bud and Adams, they distribute a lot of different, not only the great products that are Budweiser, Bud Light Next, Stella, but they also have
Michelob Ultra.
Yeah, have a lot of breweries around town. And Birmingham District is one of those breweries. Kel Sellers is from Birmingham District.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you, Kel?
Appreciate you coming by.
Thanks,
so he's
thanks
going
for
to kind of explain. So Haley actually works for Budweiser, for AB.
Sweet shirt. I like the shirt.
That is an awesome shirt.
Rockstar
So
likes your shirt. He says he likes the Metallica shirt.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I
91, 92.
I actually, it was the Black Tour. I actually went
the
and
Black
saw it.
Album tour.
Yep.
That was excessive. A lot of stuff.
Yeah. You can have it for $1,000, she says off mic.
It's not my color, but thank you.
$1,000 sounds like a deal, Rockstar.
She said that Lars gave it to her backstage.
Oh, wow. Yes, then.
It's going to be in the book.
It's part of the book she is writing. So we're going to sample 4 different beers from Birmingham District. I honestly told Kel I've never been to Birmingham District. I've been to Gus's next door to eat chicken. I should have just walked over. I will definitely be by there. We have a lot of great breweries, but I've heard yours is one of the better ones.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we normally have 10 to 12 beers on tap, and I just decided to bring 4 of our more popular ones today. So.
Okay, let's start with this one because I've sampled this one the most.
So we're starting with the IPA.
Okay. I think they wanted to start on the Summer Jam.
Start on the other side then.
Yeah. Don't listen to Dunaway.
I have not had these
Why don't
3.
you came to it? Do it.
You start with your entree and you end with
Okay. Sorry.
We'll let Haley do it. Is that
you
fair?
pour those,
And then
remember,
Kel can
she's off
explain.
mic, so you have
I
to
know.
explain everything we're doing here.
So Haley is going to pour here, and Kel's going to tell us what we're doing. This looks like a sour.
Yeah, so Summer Jam is one of our seasonal sours. It's one of the first sours we brewed when we opened. We opened about 4 years ago. This has raspberry, boysenberry, blackberry, and
Ooh, boy, that smells good. Man, that smells good.
You know what's
4.5%.
interesting
What are you
about
laughing at,
sour?
Rockstar? It smells
is
good.
a lot of people that have never had sours, once they have them, I mean, people either love them or hate them, but there's a lot of people that once they drink sours, that's all they drink.
Oh, this is my wife's. This is her go-to. This is her.
You know,
jam
I
right here.
like female cocktails. Cocktails are normally targeted for females. So you think I'd like this, Kel?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, absolutely.
You listen to the show and watch the show every day, right?
Yeah. You'll
So
go
that came as no surprise to you at all, did
No,
it?
you go to town on it.
Oh, this tastes exactly what Brown would love.
Don't Rockstar. Don't Rockstar. He's setting you up.
I'll get you
That's
a
a
4
really
pack of
good
these.
sour.
It really
Yeah,
is.
it's tart, low
Ooh, I
ABV.
like that. That is
Drink
good.
it around the lake, the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's tasty.
So do you really listen to the show?
Yeah, so
Okay.
This would be good with a little charcuterie board.
Oh, gosh.
when y'all were on another network.
Can't even
for
pronunciate.
years
I'm already drunk.
and-
Hey, he's talking. Y'all interrupting Kel. You ask him a question, everybody tells. So go ahead, Kel.
Yeah, absolutely. I listened to y'all for years on another network, and man, when she told me I was coming here, I kind of got a little nervous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
So
really
you
good.
just wanted to meet Rockstar, didn't
Yeah,
you?
that's what it was.
Yeah.
So I don't usually like sours. Summer
do,
Jam.
That one's good. I like that one.
And tell me if I'm wrong here, Kel. I'm one of those, I can drink a sour, and then I'm kind of
Yeah.
over the sour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some people do that. It's very tart. It can clear your palate, get you on to the next one. But this one we try to make it very approachable, low ABV, so everybody can get used to a sour and like it.
Who is the brewmaster there?
So his name is Jimmy Sumter. So our business, family owned. Me, my wife, my father-in-law, his wife, and my brother-in-law, and his wife. And then I got into it home brewing with my father-in-law. And then once we decided to go to the real deal, we hired a brewmaster. He's our head brewer.
So do you let him play around with whatever he wants?
Oh yeah, he and I
that's
play
the way to do
around.
it.
Yeah, we just play around. We usually keep what she's pouring right now is our Birmingham Pilsner.
It's like a good chef, right?
Yeah,
you let them in the
absolutely.
kitchen, let them
Gets
do what they do. Yeah,
has a blast.
I don't know if you noticed, but
Birmingham Pilsner she's pouring now. We created this to have a very approachable light beer for 4.8% alcohol. It's our most popular beer.
What do we notice, Rockstar?
Dunaway just cleansed his palate.
Dunaway did cleanse his palate. He drank a little
That's
water.
what you do a
between.
taste, man. You
this
cleanse your palate.
This is probably what I would drink on a Saturday afternoon, just where I could last all day and all night.
Yeah.
But everybody likes a good Pilsner.
Oh, good tailgate beer right
What
here.
makes it a Pilsner?
So it's part of the grain bill that we use.
Okay.
And some of the yeast, we use a Pilsner yeast, which is a lager yeast. So it's takes a little bit longer to ferment, so
Right.
it becomes really clean, really clear.
No, it is clean. Yeah. I like
So
that.
what's the ABV on the sour? Do you
I
remember?
believe it's 4.5.
4.5, and now we're at 4.8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, the Pilsner's more.
Yeah. Reese in the chat room says, "Let's get off the rails, guys." Here we go.
Well, you know Jimmy won beer.
I know.
I'm already buzzing right now.
Yeah. He is the biggest lightweight in the world.
Is that why you're teeter-tottering in your
Yeah. It can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it.
So this is actually our flagship. I would say it was my first beer that actually had
Here.
Yep.
So
Hold on.
So light, crisp.
Talking to the mic.
Oh, I was going to say, when I first visited Birmingham District, it was my first beer that I had, and I would say it's one of my favorites.
Okay.
It's their flagship. It's a good go-to.
Yep.
Light, easy drinking, approachable. You can have more than one without feeling too buzzy.
No, yeah. I mean, and that ABV is not high. I mean, that's about what you get, the 4% range. I mean, Bud Light Next, is 4%. So that's not bad at all.
The first zero-carb beer.
I know. So we hype it up every day. So on the cans, you can get these local grocery store, convenience stores.
So right now the cans are only in the tap room.
Okay.
But we do have kegs out in restaurants all around town.
Okay.
So.
Good deal.
All right, what we got here?
Make sure you ask for it.
This is the
Birmingham
pecan lager, and it is very dark.
Now, this is the one I've always been afraid to order because,
Oh, I like pecan lagers. I really do.
I'm okay on pecans eating them, but I never thought about it in the beer.
So we
Thank
came
you.
up with this one. It's a traditional Vienna style lager, and then we use Priester's pecans, just south.
Oh, how about that?
Montgomery.
How about
Birmingham
that for a
company,
name
yeah.
drop?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that place.
No, you got to take care of local, right?
Yeah, I like
absolutely.
that.
Now, is it pecan or pecan? See, I'm from Florida. I call it pecan.
No, it's
Really?
pecan.
They do that
Say
in Florida?
pecan.
Yeah.
I'm
I've
from
always called it
country
pecan.
Florida. We don't always get everything right.
I like the smell of it,
Country
too.
Florida. That means no beach.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
you have your water people and you have your land people.
No, it is true. It's
I was a
it's-
hybrid.
It's you get less redneck as you get south of Florida, right?
So I lived in Crystal River, Florida, which is 45 minutes north of Tampa, which is right on the Gulf.
Yeah, so it's north.
Yeah.
Yeah, North Florida more rednecks, and it gets
So pecan's not right. I saw
It's-
everybody shake their
no,
head.
it's pecan.
It's pecan. I like the taste of this
Tomato,
one.
tomato.
I like this one.
It's really smooth, and then
Yeah, it
at
is.
the back
and
end you get that nice
The back
sweetness.
end, you do get the pecan taste. That is
Haley, what is
interesting,
the ABV on this one?
Ooh, this one is 5.4.
Okay, not bad.
5.4.
We're ratcheting it up a little bit.
I like it. It's my third favorite so far.
yeah. Oh, really? I would say
Ooh,
it's
what's
number
your
2.
order?
Right now, I'm going Pilsner. You've got them in the order. That's my order.
I mean,
right
it
there.
is wild how on the back end how much pecan you taste. That is so weird. Like you don't taste it up front,
Yep.
but it's
The back palate.
that
It
back
lingers.
palate.
I would
mean,
go
it just hits you. too.
Pilsner.
It's a really fun beer.
It is
really
interesting.
Pecan, and then the sour.
I would go sour pecan pilsner. so
I know
far.
what my number one's gonna be.
Lose your way.
Converting people to pecan.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, somebody says you look like Anna Kendrick.
Someone says I look like Anna.
Yeah, I like.
You see that, Rockstar?
I see a little bit of that.
I see a little bit.
I never heard that.
Can you sing like her?
No, I can
One of Haley's
rap.
favorite movies.
I can. Wait, I need empty cups. I can't do it with full cups.
There are no empty cups.
I've
in
never
here
heard
anymore.
Anna Kendrick, and no, I can't sing like her, but I can rap. That's for another segment.
Okay. Here you go, Dunaway. Pass her mic up for the Lose Your Way. So Lose Your Way is what,
Lose
Kale?
your
So
way.
it's our hazy IPA. I actually brewed a version of this in my garage before
Yeah.
we opened.
Oh, did you now?
But then Jimmy had a little fun tweaking
Thank you.
it as well.
Yeah.
So,
Jimmy who?
our head brewer.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
we've had this one since we opened. It's
Yep.
It's been there since day one.
So what makes it a hazy IPA?
So we use a lot of oats in it
Mhm.
in the mash, so it brings a higher protein in the grain bill, and it
Right.
creates a haziness to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to just be a straight IPA guy. I've started to like the hazies a little bit.
Yeah, they're usually a little bit softer, a little bit less bitter. So
This one's 6.5.
yeah, a little bit higher.
And if you drink more than one, you may lose your way.
That's right.
Exactly. Hence the name. Brown, don't judge. It's much like wine, an IPA. Don't judge on the first drink or sip.
Right.
It's an acquired taste. But after you get 3 or 4 drinks or beers into it, you start to love
IPAs
them.
are absolutely the best.
But you
Complement
agree,
food
first
better.
taste, you're like,
yeah, you're kind of blown away, especially if you drink Pilsners all your life. And I'll call them my hunting club buddies.
Yeah.
They absolutely hate IPAs because they don't give them a chance. They give them one shot, they smell it, they taste it, and they're like, I'm done.
Hunting club buddies. Could you imagine Lance at a hunting club?
Well, I've never been. I'm saying they go. They go and they don't take IPAs.
Yeah. All right. Those are good, man. I like those. I think I would go sour pecan IPA Pilsner. That's the order I would go in.
IPA Pilsner Pecan Sour.
Well, you know, I've lost my way many times, so I'm an IPA guy. Yes, I like the IPA.
And really, that's not a. I mean, 6.5 is about norm for
Yeah.
ABV for an IPA.
It's not bad. Yeah, we have a few beers on tap right now that are higher. We usually keep some that are even some barrel aged beers that are north of 10%.
So do you have some double IPAs?
Right now we don't, but we got one coming.
So tell me, so if we come to Birmingham District and it's located on 1st?
2nd Avenue South.
2nd Avenue, that's close.
Yeah.
2nd and
22nd.
22nd.
Yeah.
We come by there, you always have these are going to be on tap.
The pecan and summer jam rotate.
Yeah.
But the Pilsner and Lose Your Way are always on tap.
Okay, and typically 8 to 10 on tap?
Up to 12.
Okay.
We shoot for 12. So
Hours of operation.
Man, we're open every day of the week, 12 or noon until 10 during the week, and then Friday and Saturday till midnight, and then Sunday until 8 p.m.
And I can bring my dog, right?
Absolutely.
Yes. And you guys do trivia, bingo. You guys do different.
Trivia on Wednesday nights.
Trivia on
We try to
Wednesdays.
do a little bit of live music on Fridays or Saturdays, depending on when we can get somebody in. So we got a nice.
Have you met my friend Rockstar?
Yeah.
That'd be
Rocky?
great.
Rocky,
Yeah.
would you play there?
Yeah, let's do it tonight.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
tonight.
He's
You got
available
anybody
anytime.
tonight?
Let's go.
Yeah, they said bring it on down there. Yeah. Do you have a sound system and a guitar?
I have a guitar too.
A guitar? Yeah, we're going to need your
I can
guitar.
scrounge one up. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He plays his guitar. He plays a right-handed guitar, left-handed and upside down.
And I'm constantly surprised at how many of our viewers that freaks out. Like anytime you play on a Friday, people comment on how you play a right-handed guitar upside down, left-handed.
It's weird looking. I get looks all the time, and I get the smart ass. You know, you're playing it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it, man.
I'm trying to read his lips, but I don't know.
I'm
what
sorry,
he's
y'all
saying.
don't have headphones. Yeah.
We threw this.
Metallica.
Got it.
All right, that's a great sampling of some beers that our friends with Budweiser, Bud Light can distribute here locally.
It's part of their umbrella. So if you want to support our friends at AB, just go see Kale, the entire family, right?
Yeah.
How's it
absolutely.
working with the entire family?
It's a lot of fun.
Okay.
A lot of fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Birmingham-
I'm there every day, pretty much.
Birmingham District. I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of you.
I hope
Nope.
not.
He knows where we are now.
That's right.
Every day at noon.
I like the way she rolls.
This is a great way to kind of start the afternoon.
Well, it's kind of the weekend too. It's Thursday, right?
Yeah, kind of the
I
weekend.
hear that in Birmingham. It's like you're getting geared up to the weekend.
I love
hate
Lance.
it.
I love
we
Lance.
Start on Thursday.
It's kind of the weekend, 12:15 on a Thursday.
No,
it's
but
kind of the weekend.
I mean,
yeah.
for
Starting
us,
in the weekend.
So 1 o'clock is the end of the show for us. So I think most people figure that Fridays are casual Fridays. So it is kind of the weekend.
I love it.
It's my justification.
I'm gonna start telling people that. I'll
Okay.
tell my bosses that I can't come in. It's the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
think
know if
that
they're
works.
gonna. I don't know if they're gonna go for that, but
I'll say Lance said so.
okay. Yeah. We'll see
That's
how
not
that
gonna
works.
fly.
They're not going to fly.
Okay, I'm gonna finish the IPA. If y'all aren't gonna,
No, you
hit
can
the-
finish it up. Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy, Adam Mestre. And then you guys hang around because Rockstar has got an interesting 4 downs for us. We'll let you hear that coming up in our next segment. And then we'll talk Notre Dame football with Pete Sampson at 12:35. But first, Rockstar, Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. You know, of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why would you rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, so let's see if I can do this here. Commercial break here. Time to run to the pecan.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
But don't lose your way back. Rockstar with a summer jam when we come back.
That was awful.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels: drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the next round. It is time for 4 Downs every day, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th right there in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Anything bumper to bumper they can do for you and your family. Stop in for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is the most disturbing thing you have seen in public?
I actually saw somebody get a BJ on Bourbon Street. It was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen walking by.
That girl.
Yeah, Haley left her
see,
phone.
Haley.
She has my pants on, too.
I know, she does.
She does. I'd love to see you in those. I couldn't believe it because I've seen a lot of things on Bourbon Street.
I told you to turn around.
That blew,
yeah, that's pretty.
that was next level.
It's pretty out there.
What was the question again?
What's the most disturbing thing you've seen in public?
This is not really disturbing.
Hey,
It's
Samuel
just-
said the same thing.
Oh, I'm sure y'all aren't alone.
was saying,
and
was
say that
that
on
I've been there a
Bourbon Street.
million times.
Baton
That's the
Rouge?
first time, the only time I've ever seen that.
So, and this is not necessarily disturbing. It's just jarring. This is in Calhoun County. I was pulling in a service station one time, and I pull off the road and come around, and a guy is just standing right next to his car taking a whiz in the parking lot. I mean, just all out, not trying to hide it, just arms on hips, just
Not a care in the world.
and not a care in the world. And
Arms
you're like,
on hips, impressive.
No, I mean, just you know what I'm talking about. Just standing like that.
Cursive writing his name on the asphalt.
I mean, everything's just out for everybody to see, and you're just like, wow, okay. And hey, by the way, my headlights, car pulling up, didn't bother him one bit. He just kept going.
We didn't let it happen, but we were doing a part of our fraternity initiation that is not, it's informal. We were having some fun with some pledges, and we had a goat in the back of a pickup truck. And we would the pledges were blindfolded, and it was one by one that they'd walk down, and we'd ask them a few questions in the blindfold, and then we'd throw them in the back of the truck, and we'd explain to them what they needed to do, but they really didn't need to do anything to the goat. But one young man from Chilton County quickly started unbuttoning his buckle and his blue jeans.
Boy, I thought this was like urban legend.
Please
And
tell me you got in.
we were like, whoa.
You're in.
We were just kidding.
Yeah, you're in the fraternity.
There's that one guy. Let him finish. Let him finish. Don't do that to the goat.
Yeah, there was one guy who was like, okay.
Hey, look what Dave sent us in the chat room.
Yeah. So that was
the old goat.
that one comes back. That was the early '80s, and that one still comes back to me pretty
that
quick.
wasn't really public though, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was
It was in the
about
public.
30
right?
of us
Yeah.
around
Yeah.
on a creek bed. Yeah.
Second
bed.
down.
A creek bed.
You need to impress a king from the medieval period. What food from the future do you bring him?
Man, I will tell you, so I went to Dolphins on Saturday night. I'd never been there before. One of Bob's establishments down in Mobile, and it was across the street from the Battle House. It's on the 34th floor, so it's the highest point of any restaurant from like Jacksonville, Florida to the Keys.
Right.
And so you get a look at all of Mobile, the city, and then the Mobile Bay. So it's a beautiful view. But the food, I got I think it was the Bimini tuna steak.
I saw that on your social media. It looked great.
Oh, my gosh, with garlic mashed potatoes and then cheese-covered asparagus. So, that would blow a king away. But if I just wanted to be simple and hand him one little dish, a rodeo goat burger. I mean, I think that would blow him away.
Well, I was thinking a sandwich or burger or anything that you can hold and eat like that. They didn't have that back then. But then I also thought of pizza. I mean, think about how amazing pizza would be for somebody that had never tried.
Roll up a sliced pizza to him? A soul pie?
You got to consider his palate like something he's never, would that blow him away? Like, what the hell is this? It's a circle with cheese on it.
Yeah, but it'd be all new flavors for you. Oh.
Yeah. Samuel says corn dogs are extremely efficient.
That's true. You know, all that's left is the stick.
Yeah, have a stick and you have batter and a weenie in there and a little mustard.
He refuses to call it anything but a weenie. Yeah. So weird to me.
This is a guy that threw a guy in the back of a truck with a goat.
I know. It's a weenie.
Third down.
I think I was in charge of the goat that night.
Well, my God. What are some of the biggest wastes of money?
So I hate to say this because I do it almost every night, but going out to eat, when I check my Amex at the end of the month, 90% of my charges are on food.
Yeah.
But I love it. I mean, it's I really don't have a hobby, so going out to eat.
You collect records. You do vinyl.
I do have three vinyls still. But, you know, when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, you can, you know, go to, you know, the New York butcher shop, buy a couple of things, take it home and cook and save a lot of money. But I like going out to eat.
For me, it is it's the movie channels, like the movie channels on DirecTV.
Or having like 16 streaming service.
Well, I mean, I've got all the streaming services, unfortunately, but well, not all of them. I got a lot of them. But you know what I find I do with the movie channels? I go to 501, which is the first HBO. And I just start flipping, and I never
find anything.
stop on any of them, ever.
You know what I found, though? I only do HBO now.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
No, so when I get to the end of HBO, then I see things I want to watch.
Yeah.
Because I used to have them all.
Because you're like that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go HBO, and really that's only so I can get HBO Max. Yeah.
And you know, and House of Dragon, which is coming out
Well, I
Sunday.
don't care about that, but I do like Succession. That's on there.
Yep.
Yeah, Succession's on there. So I think I'm going to just dump everything but HBO.
We'll go old Letterman style here. I'll go 5-1 on what Maggie thinks I waste money on.
Oh, no.
She thinks number 5, golf. She's like, dude, you went from playing like once every now and then.
Seriously, you're like a reborn man.
4 times a week.
More than me.
She goes, do you realize how much money you're spending right now a week? And she's like, seriously, you could think about joining a club now for the amount of money you're spending on golf.
Did you say, let's put your wine budget up to my golf budget and stay in your lane, Max?
I love Lane's argument. Lance's argument.
Number 4, just mentioned it to Brown in the because I complained to Maggie because she loves sours, but she won't keep buying the same sours that she likes. She likes to, I like that can, or I like what that looks like. So I have so many 3-packs or 5-packs in my refrigerator in the garage because she'll buy and drink one of them and not like it. And I'm always like, why don't you just drink the sour you know you like? And she goes, don't you have enough hats and T-shirts? So hats and T-shirts are number 4 on the list for me. Number 3, poker on Monday nights with Lunsford. She literally laughs at me when I leave and I say, okay, I'll be back late tonight. It's poker. And she's like, I'll see you at 9 o'clock. Number 2, daily fantasy. I never win at daily fantasy. And she's always like, hey, what's this $20 charge here? And I'm like, DraftKings, $20. And number 1, my gym membership.
Oh, what about the good old steak bet? That puts you in a little bit of debt, didn't it?
I didn't want to bring that up, part of the show.
She's like an English teacher with your Amex bill. Does she just go through it, highlight stuff?
So much red.
What was this?
I do need what's it called? The executive's account. I need that.
Hey, real quick, because I know we got to move on, but somebody said biggest waste of money, front row tickets at a concert. That is a terrible place to sit.
And you're right by the lights and everything.
Yeah, it's awful. The sound's awful. I don't understand why people spend so much money.
10, 20 rows deep is about the way to be.
The best place to sit in a concert, unless it's all the way in the back, and it generally is not, is right next to where they mix the sound. That's where you get the best sound.
Correct.
Well, because that guy's mixing it for his ears.
That's right.
Yeah.
Great point.
4th down.
What is a foolproof excuse to get out of a dinner party?
So I love what Larry David did on you show up the night after and act totally surprised because it's like you're committed.
And excited.
Yeah.
Got a bottle of wine in your hand. Yeah.
Wait, it was last night?
But still, they can say, well, come on in, we're cooking. We can just add one more.
Yeah, I don't think most people would do that. Like somebody did, hey, thanks for the bottle of wine. I get it. It's cool. You could get away with that unless they watch Curb. COVID now is such an easy thing.
It's an easy one.
Yeah, you can just say I was exposed to it or roommate was exposed to it.
I was going to go stomach virus because if I've got a stomach virus, nobody wants that. And anything I feed you might end up on my kitchen floor. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, but you're jinxing yourself with that, I think.
Oh, I don't think you can jinx
because I feel like everybody's been exposed to COVID, so I don't think it's really a lie.
Kids being sick was always one. We cannot come.
Yeah, kids are sick. Sorry about that.
Harper is not feeling great, and she
I thought she was out of town.
She threw
She
up.
is, but she doesn't feel well.
She's
This
on her
was,
way.
this was back when she was 4 or 5.
Saw her on Instagram dancing on a bar.
This was back when she was a kid.
That
back
was
when
an
she
old
was a
video,
kid.
yeah.
I've got no excuses anymore. I'll show up at your damn house. All right, that's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 locations, soon to be a 5th. Great guys, locally owned and operated. Make sure you get in, support them, anything you need. Bumper to bumper, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, and don't forget, our friends at Hemp Hill Services are there to take care of you, and they give you Lance's Lock every day. He gave you the Mets last night. He hit that one right there, lanceslock.com. Free play coming up a little bit later on. Were you more than just the Mets last night?
Yeah, so, I was 2-0 last night. So I think we've hit 7 or 8 straight locks, or not locks, but 8 straight plays. We're 71-37 since July 1st, 54-23 on the free plays since June 1st. We're killing it right now.
Unbelievable. Lanceslock.com to figure it out. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam, Chad, and his team there take care of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
We'll talk a little bit more Notre Dame football in a second after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, if you're in the market to pop that question, they are your diamond specialist. Again, two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see the diamond specialist today. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from Bromberg's. For more information, you can view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, Notre Dame, our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 team today. A large group of viewers, listeners, some of our regular guests, and us voted them number 6 in our preseason poll. Pete Sampson covers the Irish in college football for The Athletic, and he's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Pete. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. You know, it's kind of a weird thing. I guess this is just a feel thing, a look thing. We all kind of agree, even in a loss in that Fiesta Bowl, Marcus Freeman looked the part of a Notre Dame coach. And I don't even really know how to quantify that, except that he looked the part, Pete.
Yeah, I thought that he handled himself okay. I think pretty much everything off the field, he's killed it. Whether it be recruiting or getting to know, alumni relationships with the players. I mean, I think even handling the media has been very good. Now we get to sort of see how good of a coach he is on game day as a head coach. They were up 28-7 in that game. You felt like you were in the middle of a Disney movie where, this is like the next Notre Dame movie that's going to come out in 20 years. But he's, in terms of managing a staff, how to run a defense when he's not the defense coordinator. There's a lot of things that we're going to learn about him on September 3rd. But everything but the second half of the Fiesta Bowl over the last 9 months, I think he's done a very, very good job.
Ian Book was a really good quarterback. And I thought Jack Cohn was good last year. Not great, but good. What do you expect from quarterback this year?
Tyler Buchner will start. He definitely has more upside, like a much higher ceiling than Ian Book or Jack Cohn would have, but he's coming into it much lower than either of those guys. Cohn shows up as a fifth-year senior, all sorts of experience in Wisconsin. Though Ian Book that we remember was the guy who was beating Clemson as a fifth year, not the kid who came in as a sophomore in relief, I think at North Carolina, and threw 2 interceptions in a game Notre Dame won. Like, Buchner he's a developing player. So I think, Notre Dame has preached ball security, don't turn it over, just like pretty much everybody else. But I think if you have a young quarterback who's a dynamic playmaker with his legs and his arms, I think you're probably going to live with a little bit of, ball insecurity, so to speak, this year if you're Notre Dame, just so you can, kind of get Buchner to a point where he can go out and make some plays and cut it loose.
Even Alabama, with their great depth, when you lose a key player early in camp or sometime in camp or early in the season, it can impact your season for weeks, months, maybe the whole year. And I've been following you. There's a new injury today on the offensive line. There's a big injury at wide receiver earlier in camp. Where is Notre Dame injury-wise, and how are these two injuries going to impact the Ohio State game in the season?
Well, Avery Davis There's a captain who would have been a 6-year senior. He's out for the year, torn his ACL. He would have been Notre Dame's starting slot receiver. And it's not that we're talking about a guy who was a first day or second day NFL draft pick here, but Notre Dame's receiver room is short of bodies. And he was very, very reliable, a captain, like I said. So that's a big loss for the year. Jared Patterson, a little bit more shrouded in mystery at the moment. Marcus Freeman said he's questionable for Ohio State. Reporting that out, I think questionable is optimistic, if that makes sense. So I think that will affect them against Ohio State, but it's certainly not a situation like Avery Davis or has gone through. Patterson is a 34-game starter, most experienced offensive lineman. And I think for Notre Dame's offensive line to be great, which I think they have the potential to be great this year, but that's only if Jared Patterson is able to get back in form in a hurry and play the rest of the season.
Pete Sampson is with us, covers Notre Dame and college football for The Athletic. At Twitter, you follow him at Pete Sampson _ at Pete Sampson _ He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. True or false, Pete, you are in love with Brock Bowers and think he is hands down the best tight end in the country.
That is a bald-faced lie, sir. Now, Michael Mayer, Notre Dame recruited Brock Bowers. I think he is outstanding. Certainly has overperformed his recruiting rankings by a wide margin. To me, Michael Mayer is the best tight end in the country. I think physically he is so much more put together than Bowers. Not the receiving threat in terms of the touchdowns, but statistically very similar. And I think this year, Mayer going into his junior year on a team that doesn't have a ton of depth at wide receiver. Bowers going into his sophomore year on a team that has a lot of other good tight ends and receivers. I think Mayer's numbers are going to be off the charts this year, and I think people will probably view that position nationally a little bit differently 3 months from now than maybe they do today.
Well, to be hospitable as you step into the SEC footprint, you brought up recruiting, and a lot of Alabama fans were excited about Keon Keeley's decommitment from Notre Dame. What does that do to what does that do to this class if Marcus Freeman can't get him back?
Yeah, it's a blow because we're talking about a guy in Notre Dame where they don't get the 5 stars that Alabama or Georgia do with the regularity. Keon Keeley, I think, was the 5th highest rated prospect to commit to Notre Dame in the last 22 years. We're talking, it was Jimmy Clausen, Manti Te'o, Jalen Smith, and Sam Young are the only 4 guys ahead of him. So it's a huge blow. It's ironically, it's like a blow Alabama could do without Keon Keeley because they've got 3 or 4 of them already. Notre Dame can't afford that kind of player departure if it's going to get to the playoff against Georgia, against Alabama, and compete. Not just win the game, but compete in the game where you feel like you have a chance opposed to you come as a 14, 15-point underdog. I think they may be 17.5 against Alabama in 2020. So it's a huge, huge blow. Notre Dame is recruiting very, very well. Even without Keeley, this class is identical in the 24/7 Sports rankings as Brian Kelly's best class in 2013. But Notre Dame is not really measuring its recruiting against itself. It's trying to get closer to Alabama and Georgia, and losing Keon Keeley moves you further away from those kinds of schools. And that's before Keon Keeley maybe ends up at Alabama.
Arguably, Notre Dame lost their best offensive and defensive players in Kyron Williams and Kyle Hamilton. Who's the bigger loss?
Ooh, that's a good one. Hamilton's clearly the better player just based on his draft position. And I would argue it's probably Williams. My argument would be they brought in Brandon Joseph from Northwestern, a safety transfer who was a freshman All-America there. They like him a lot. Kyron Williams is really sort of like the heartbeat of the entire team, not just the offense last year. He could do everything for you and just sort of infuse this really tough attitude across the entire roster. You can never have enough guys like that in college football. Kyle Hamilton was probably a little bit more reserved, low-key. Clearly a better player, don't get me wrong. But I think Kyron Williams brought all this extra stuff that Notre Dame may have a hard time re-injecting into the roster this season.
I'm going to do a lot of disclaimers here first, okay? First, I think Jack Collinsworth is very talented at what he does pregame, postgame, and he handled the USFL broadcast here in our town all year long and was a tremendously nice guy. and I'm only wanting reaction you've heard from Notre Dame fans, not your personal opinion. But as a guy who's grown up watching Notre Dame football his whole life, that job seems to be a little too big for him as a play-by-play guy. Did you get any reaction when that was announced?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably along what you're saying, especially following Mike Tirico, who is like the best in the business. Like that's it. It's like whoever the Alabama coach is that follows Nick Saban. Good luck to you. But it's Collinsworth's a younger guy, went to Notre Dame, so he's familiar with the place. Certainly he's a name that people know with his dad, Chris Collinsworth at NBC too. But I think the reaction is probably the one that you have. Are just like, okay, this is NBC. Your number one game, your only game for now, and maybe there would be somebody more experienced out there to go with him and Jason Garrett. Where last year you were Tirico and Drew Brees, the year before you were Tirico and Tony Dungy. That's a pretty big drop in terms of name recognition and experience in a booth.
You mentioned Pete Sampson before you go with The Athletic. You mentioned NBC, the news today of them jumping in the Big Ten network deal. Not a surprise. It is official today, though. And they also have the piece of Notre Dame, a much larger piece now financially. A lot of people like to try to connect those dots and say that's an obvious sign. Did today's news make it any more or less likely that Notre Dame will ever be in the Big Ten, Pete?
No. Notre Dame wanted NBC to get the Big Ten rights because they felt like it increased their own value to the network in terms of there would be more money in college football, and Notre Dame can get a bigger chunk of it than what it's been getting for the last 5-10 years there. So I don't think it increases the odds. It certainly keeps the Big Ten as an attractive option if Notre Dame needs an option. If the ACC is not, in 10 years, if the ACC is not what it is today, which I think we would agree is probably going to be likely, then the Big Ten's still there for you. I think the familiarity with the Big Ten and the NBC compared with the familiarity with NBC and Notre Dame is a positive for if you do need to make a move, you'll sort of know what you're getting into. But in the immediate term today really doesn't change Notre Dame's timeline for making a decision, whether it be short-term, medium-term, or long-term.
Pete Sampson, The Athletic. Excellent stuff, Pete. We thank you so much for the time.
All right, anytime. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Pete with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, one more segment to go. Part of our show today being brought to you by the wonderful folks at the Pan Store, getting you ready for game day. They can really get anything for you at their 5 locations. Get your team-specific stuff ready to go for the stadiums this year, especially you UAB fans for that Thursday night opener with Alabama A&M, then Alabama and Auburn fans for your trips to Bryant-Denny and Jordan-Hare to open the season. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order online anywhere in America, pantstore.com. pantsstore.com, and follow them on social media. Game day hats, all your accessories for game day from Yeti, sunglasses, game day polos, and all the fashions that are designed for women specifically. They've got women's fashion there as well. The Pan Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, Our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show today brought to you by our great friends at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com is the website. Remember that, aplanforme.com is the website. Leslie and her team over there, just great professionals, certified professionals that can help you with your weight loss. And I cannot tell you how long have I been talking about Way to Wellness? 3 years now, maybe?
Probably so.
About 3 years.
I saw Leslie the other night. Didn't have an opportunity to talk to her.
I talked to her briefly before she left the 1-year anniversary, the 1-year party.
I talked to her briefly.
I never met her husband.
And I turned around. I think we had to go take pictures. And when I came back, she had left. But in 3 years, there is no sponsored product or anything I've been asked more about than Way to Wellness, because so many people struggle with losing weight and then keeping weight off. And it's been the easiest thing for me to just honestly sell and say, it works. It was one of the easiest things I've done and the greatest people to work with. And they have other things I've never tried that can help you with your weight loss as well. They've got the meal supplements that I use, and then I eat my own lunch and my own dinner. And it's not as restrictive as you think it is. It really isn't. And it sort of makes room for your life to go out and, like last night, I had sliced pizza, or I had some beer here on the set earlier today. You can work in just about anything you want and get back on the plan. It's no cookie cutter plan. Also, there's no contracts, and you get your first consultation free. So it's really a no risk proposition. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Final thoughts today. What's your big?
Tyler says his mom dated Chris Collingsworth in high school. By the way, so she was too nice.
And he adds that
She
said
he was
too nice.
That's right. I like Collinsworth. I mean, I don't know about Jack. He did a nice job at the USFL. That does feel like a big job for him being the main Notre Dame guy. But it also, I think, shows you that NBC is probably going to put most of their focus on the Big Ten portion of their contract than the Notre Dame.
I would tell you just the opposite. I think that Jack Collinsworth is a one-year placeholder until they're able to steal people away from other networks to be the main broadcast of their Big Ten product and also their Notre Dame product. And they'll have two crews, and they'll rotate it around to whichever game is bigger that week, Notre Dame or the Big Ten.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jack is part of the pregame and maybe even sideline once that happens.
Absolutely.
Ultimately, I mean, Jack is, 28?
Is he that young?
Tremendously talented, just not a play-by-play guy yet.
Well, yeah, and he's got a. I don't want to say a lot to learn. I mean, that guy's further in our career further in his career than we've ever been.
Than I'll ever be.
Forever.
Than I'll ever be. But I do enjoy his reporting, his pre, post, and halftime, his sidelines, all that. But just not a play-by-play.
And
guy.
I think Jason Garrett has done a good job in that role as an analyst. That's interesting. I haven't thought about that, but you're right. I mean, NBC is going to have to add a crew. I guess CBS, if they've only got the one game, can stick with a single crew. But NBC will have to add some people. I mean, it will help guys like, a Tom Hart maybe, who's.
I mean, if I'm Tom Hart or anybody who's a play-by-play guy at ESPN, ABC, you do a lot of games. Well, now you've got Fox, who has a lot of broadcasters as well. CBS has got at least one game. Maybe they've got two games, and that opens up another crew. But NBC, for sure, has got to add, I think, two major crews, and that's going to open up at least some free negotiations between broadcasters out there.
How bad is it going to suck? I mean, what a slap in the face. And I bet you this happens. Next year, when CBS has a SEC Big Ten doubleheader and they send Brad and Gary to the Big Ten game, and the main 2:30 CBS game gets that B crew.
Yep.
Which actually is Andrew Catalan, I think now. No, maybe it's not.
No, but I'll tell you somebody.
Don't you think that's going to happen?
I'll tell you somebody who could get a big paycheck. Sean McDonough, though he's doing hockey now too, and he was really good at the hockey this year. But I think Sean McDonough is fantastic at play-by-play.
He's already got a big paycheck.
He does, but he's the second crew at ABC, ESPN.
But he was the original when CBS, the SEC came back to CBS. It was him and Terry Donahue,
right?
If you'll remember. And then Terry Donahue was out quick, and it was he and Todd Blackledge for a little bit before Vern came on board.
Man, it's amazing how quickly this stuff goes. Because, Joe Davis, who we saw earlier on the Dodgers broadcast, he's got the World Series now that Joe Buck has taken off.
That's exactly right.
And he was just the voice of the Biscuits 5 years ago.
It's not been that long.
5 years ago when I told CBS 42 I should do the Hoover State Championship game. Who is this Joe Davis guy?
Yeah, literally, I think your words were, we're going to hire the voice of the Montgomery Biscuits?
When I could do the game?
The guy's now the main Fox guy.
And I think I got to do the game.
No, I think that was right.
Let's trump this.
And now he's the voice at Fox.
Yeah.
All right, fun show today, as they always seem to be. I sent that out today, our TikTok video about the 1 year anniversary.
Yep.
And I sent it out today. I said, what a joy it is to work at a place where it's not our top priority, but fun seems to be high on our list of priorities every day.
Well, I think it's number one.
Yeah,
it is for me now. We got more surprises coming tomorrow.
More surprises tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, surprise guest. We need to talk about.
Yeah.
You know who loves surprises on the show?
Jimmy Dude.
Jimmy America. Jimmy Note Taker loves the surprises.
That's right. That's only half the sheets, too.
But as LT says, I'll try not to be a D. He called me that the other day after the show. I said, you don't really think I'm that? And he's like, no.
No. I said.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.